Hello, hello out there. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. How are y'all doing? Who's out there today? Who's hanging out with me on a Saturday afternoon? I would love to hear about it. Would love to know who's here. I have spent about 20 minutes looking for a bottle of glue. Anybody else do that? Can't find your things or supplies that you want and need? Hi, Linda. Good morning. Glad you're here. I left my brushes in water overnight, which, is never a good thing. Never, ever a good thing. Damon, could you come in here for one moment, love? Hello, Glitter Girl. Hi, Stephanie. Good to see you. Glad y'all are here. Thank you for being on. Windy, Virginia. Well, you listen, we just came back from a walk outside because it is beautiful out there today. It's beautiful out there today. So yeah, it's been windy here though, like for the last week or so. We've been having unusually windy, I should say, because where I live, that's not usually a thing. Which I don't know. Stephanie, you're in Virginia. Is that usually a thing where you are? All right, friends, let's get this party started. Hello, welcome. My name is Kiala Givehand. This is my YouTube channel that I have been running since 2012. And I am, after all these years, I'm coming here I'm doing a month of vlogging. That probably dates me to some extent, vlogging as a thing to do. I don't know if people even still vlog now that I think about it. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. This is what I have the bandwidth for. This is actually getting me more and more creative on a daily basis. I am leaning into it. I'm loving it. In fact, I've already been thinking about not doing a whole another month, but I've been thinking about like vlogging once a month and just, checking in, doing some creative projects, things like that. Maybe more, maybe once a week. I don't know. But this has been absolutely amazing. I have gotten so much good feedback and comments from those of you leaving comments on the actual replay, but also those of you emailing me and those of you who know me personally and are texting me. Just really, really, really yummy conversation coming out of this. And also what I'm noticing is I'm reconnecting to things that I had long forgotten about. Like the other day, we talked about leather journals, and I pulled out all my leather journals. And then last night, well, that was yesterday, right? Yeah, because we're on day M today. After the live stream, I sat and I read through some of my journals. There was one that I had not opened since like 2019. And I opened it and I went back through and read some of the things that I had been writing. And I was like, oh my gosh, you cannot make it up. Many of the things I have been writing about are things that Damon and I have been talking about on a daily basis or that I have been bringing up to him recently, right? So the synchronicities, the alignment of that has just been mind blowing and also super inspiring. Also just noticing other people reaching out to me about, yeah, I'm trying to finish creative projects too. Thank you so much for sharing this, that, or the other. Like, it's just been really beautiful to be in y'all's energy and be able to have these conversations. So this is the ABCs of me. This is what I'm doing here every day. I'm showing up for the month of April. And each day I go over a thing. I talk about things and make things sometimes. that are somehow connected to or adjacent to whatever the letter of the day is. And today's letter is M, letter M. And so I think some of the things, let me get my little list going here to try to keep myself somewhat on track because, well, once I start talking, I'm not always on track, y'all. I bounce around. I follow the thread. It's like stream of consciousness. But today is letter M. And so some of the things that I'm going to bring up today, let's just go ahead and put it right at the top of the list. Well, first, before I do that, I'm going to do some making of things. So we're going to talk mixed media. We're going to do a little mixed media journaling using my inspiration deck. And I'm going to use manila folders. And then we're going to talk about the big M, menopause. What else? I'll talk a little bit about what it was like to do an MFA. Give a little bit about that. And then one of the, we'll talk about meditation and mindfulness. And I think also in the Life Alchemy community, one of the themes that we work with is mental fitness. So I might talk a little bit about mental fitness. And let's talk mystery school. And let's see if we can't get, what else do I have on my list here? Oh, I said I would talk about Mighty Network. But before I do that, let's put Moony things. Let's talk about the moon. How about that? And then we'll talk at some point Mighty Network. Okay, that's a full list. That feels like plenty. I think that's enough for today. All right. Stephanie says it's typical this time of year to have that much wind in Virginia, or to have a very windy thing happening in Virginia. I did not know that about Virginia. I've only been to Virginia a handful of times, maybe 3. When I was in college, trying to determine where I was going to live after college and what I was going to do, I did come up to that DC, Maryland, Virginia area and looked around, toured a couple of schools that we're going to say the schools were courting me to come teach there. And but I opted to come back to Florida. So yeah. All right. So I wanted to talk, let me jump in by saying, okay, first, let's do this. Let's pull a card like we always do. Let's pull a card. One second. What deck do I want to use? Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I'm thinking. Okay. Yesterday, I don't remember what day. I'm not even going to pretend, but there was a day recently where I showed you all this deck by Lizzie called Unscripted. And what I failed to say is that this is deck number 2. She also has a first edition of the deck that I did not show. And so I wanted to make sure that I just came back and said that, because I did get a message from someone who was like, those cards don't look like the same cards that you showed, because the ones in her first deck are all white. The ones in her second deck have, she did a little something different with the lots of different colors and all sorts of things. So I just wanted to clarify that also. second deck has more cards than the first deck. Now, you could combine them. They're exactly the same size and all the things. In fact, I don't know why I haven't combined. That's not a word. I don't know why I haven't merged them. But yes, so just to confirm for the person who sent me the email, you are correct. They are different. She has two versions. I don't know which version is still in print, if at all. And like I said, I think that her shop might be on hiatus right now. Either way, I just wanted to circle back and address that question that I was asked about Lizzie's unscripted deck. Okay. So that's that. I'm not going to pull from this one today. I just wanted to show that so I didn't forget. Because once I start to talking, you don't know if I'm going to remember or not. Okay. For today, I have actually pulled out 3 different decks that start with the letter M that I thought I would highlight. One is the Moonology cards by Yasmin Boland. I am actually one of her certified moonologists. Did a certification with her. It was really good. Taught me lots about the moon and all sorts of things around manifestation and so on and so forth. So I like her decks a lot. The Moon Magic deck is by Stacey Demarco. And this one is just some really neat little sort of affirmative type thing. So we'll pull from there. And then my dear friend Barb Owen created this Mandala Madness. And I was like, why did I not have mandalas on the list? Come on. Let's do it. Let's add mandala. Let's put it, we'll give it its own little box right here. Okay. Because I love me some mandalas. Okay. So we'll come back to that. Sacred geometry makes me happy. So Barb made this beautiful inspiration deck called Mandala Madness. You can go to mandalamadness.com/cards, learn all about it. I'm sure she still sells these. In fact, I think they have them up in Amazon. You can buy them from there. So there's 48 cards, and it's an inspiration deck, but it also isn't. It has quotes on it, so you can use it for quotes. It also has like words that you can use, to play with your words. And then each one has like a little technique on it. So I thought it might be fun to play with that today as well. So I'm going to start by pulling a card. Hang on. Grab my chair here. So let's make our card pull. Our first card pull comes from Barb's deck. All of the images on here are mandalas that she made, that she drew. Some are painted, some are like fabric ones that she scanned in, I think. I can't remember 100%, but let's do, I like to do her deck sideways because she has the words on both sides. So to kind of keep myself from, cheating. Enjoy. That's a good one. So let's see what the quote is on this one. The safest course is to do nothing against one's conscience. With this secret, we can enjoy life and have no fear from death. Voltaire. I love that. The safest course is to do nothing against one's conscience. With this secret, we can enjoy life and have no fear from death. Love that. So she says her inspiration for you, or her little suggestion: draw 3 small mandalas, cut them out, and add to an art journal page. I love that. She does have a course that goes with it. Once you have the cards. So love this. All right, so we'll have Barb's out there. We'll call that our collective card for the day. And then let's go to Stacey Demarco's. I love this because I love a good photographic deck, a deck that has photographs. And she has all sorts of images of the moon, which I think is, you know, just really beautiful. I think that's upside down. All sorts of really cool imagery on these. Love this. So nice. Okay, so let's pull from this Moon Magic deck. See what we get. How about we just I'm going to say, what do we need to bring our awareness to today? Let's pull a card to help guide us through this session. Let's go a bit up. Well, 2 want to come out, so we're going to trust that. We're going to trust that we're supposed to have 2 today from this deck. The first one, gratefully I surrender my struggle. Woo-hoo. Yes, yes. I have power. It is real. I love both of these. All right, I'm going to put those there. And then we'll pull one more. Oh, and the I have power. It is real. That's the full moon energy. Here, let's do it like this. We got Barb's card. We've got 2 from the Moon Magic card. So full moon and waning crescent 3. And I don't remember that little Moon Magic coming with any kind of guidebook or anything. So I don't know. I've had it for a while, so I'm not sure. All right, these are Yasmin's cards. Really beautiful. Kind of big in the hand, but you know, you can work with it. Shuffle slowly. Take your time. Also, you could just spread them out, fan them out, and do a washing kind of shuffle as well. That's a thing that works. All right, what do we need to bring our awareness to today? A win-win outcome is forecast. Oh, Damon, let's call that in, babe, for what we were just talking about on our walk. Like, come on, bring it. Bring it. Yes, please. I received that 1,000%. Other thing. Boom, boom, boom. Give me a second here. I wanted to look at. We have a full moon coming soon. It's not in Libra, it's in Scorpio. But all right, so those are our cards for this time together. Really digging it. Loving Barb's mandala. She told us to make 3 mandalas and cut them out and put them in a journal page. So we might follow that directive at some point. So those are our cards. All right, I'm going to sit them off to the side here. And before I start anything new, I did want to show you all this little, some of you were with me live when I did this box for my cards. And I've got 2, you know, sections here glued down, but I'm noticing that the glue I've been using, I don't know how I feel about it. This is that stretchy glue from Fabri-Tac or from Beacon. That's what I have to say about it. I think what I'm noticing is that I'm going to have maybe some paper clips or something to kind of hold this in place while it dries, because the glue is just not drying fast on this, which is so odd. I feel like usually the glue dries super quickly, but that has not been the case up to this point. So I've had to rethink my plan. But I wanted to really quickly, while we're here, do this. And so I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do today with our mixed media stuff. So many of you I know out there in YouTube land, many of you own my mixed media inspiration deck. Oh, that's very bright over there. Let's put it over here so you can see it. Some of you that are more new to me, you may not even know I have this deck. It stayed in my pretty much, in my rotation in my shop for years. I made this deck back in 2012, started selling it in 2013. And oh, let me grab some paper clips here. And it has been a really big part of my journey as a mixed media artist and as a business owner. I made the deck for myself because when I started art journaling, first of all, let's just name that when I started art journaling, I didn't actually know I was art journaling. Until someone saw me in a coffee shop in Oakland. And as people tend to do, I guess I don't do this, but well, maybe I do. What people tend to do is like come up to you when they see certain things and they're interested, like, oh. And so she came up to me and she was like, oh my gosh, you're art journaling. You're an art journaler. And I was like, I am. I had never heard that term. I didn't know what that was. So I was like, I don't know. This is just how I track my life and my days and what I do. And, she's like, oh yeah, you're totally art journaling. And I was like, oh, well, I don't know this term. I don't know anything about that. I was like, I'm a book artist for sure. And, slowly starting to call myself a mixed media artist at that time. Still hadn't given myself permission to call myself that. For whatever reason. Yeah, see, this is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Even more so if I cannot find paper clips. Great. Now I have paper clips in my life somewhere. Okay. So anyway, this woman comes up to me in the coffee shop and she's like, oh, I love your art journal. It's so cool. I love what you art journalers do. And I was like, this is a curious term. Don't know it. Never heard of this. Not quite sure I can say yes, I am or am not one. But she was pretty adamant. And so she was like, oh yeah, you're totally art journaling. She was like, do you know? And then she started naming all these people. And the first name she said was Tamara Laporte. She was like, do you know Tamara Laporte? And I was like, I do not. She's like, oh, she's on YouTube. You have to go check her out. And then she's like, let me give you a list of people to look at. And I was like, awesome. I would like that. So she gave me Tamara Laporte. So this was probably 2009, maybe. Because I was still in the MFA program at the time. And so I was supposed to be at that coffee shop studying, writing poetry. And I probably was, but this woman, came up. And so as she left, and of course I got on my computer and went straight to YouTube and started looking up, these people. She gave me Tam Laporte, Donna Downey. I know some of y'all will remember this woman. Jenny Belly. I can't remember her. I think it's Jenny Belly. But anyway, I consider her like OG in the art journaling world. And she gave me one other person. So it was Donna Downey, Tam Laporte, Jenny Belly. Starts with a T, the name I'm trying to think of. I know y'all know her. She's OG. Does it start with a T? Anyway, she gave me about 4 or 5 names. Okay, so I started looking up these people, and my goodness, I was like, oh, interesting. This is a whole world of people doing these things that I just do because my brain understands it and makes sense of things being this way. So Okay, that's going to be good once it's dry. All right, so I'm going to sit that over there, let it do its thing. So I looked up these folks and I was like, wow, there's a whole world of art journaling out there. And I decided to go down that rabbit hole and start watching videos. And hours later, I was like, I guess I'm art journaling. I don't know. Like, I still wasn't convinced that I was doing what they were doing, because they're all three of those. If you know those people I just named, all three of them have very different styles, right? They're not all doing the same thing. So I was kind of like, I don't know. Am I doing what they do? I'm not sure. So fast forward, I was like, well, maybe I should look more into this art journaling thing, and I should try art journaling. And so I did. I just started watching video after video after video. And I am the kind of person who likes to go back to the beginning of a person's feed or whatever and see what they've done. So I went all the way back in their feeds, and it was a whole thing. So it was a lot of fun to go down that journey. But I still wasn't really calling myself an art journaler. I still didn't necessarily feel like I was art journaling. I had no idea, all the ins and outs of it. And so I just kept, dibbling, dabbling. I was doing my MFA. I didn't really have time to like try to figure it all out, and just couldn't take on another thing at that time. So fast forward to 2010, I graduated from my MFA in 2010. And so 2011, I was like, I want to revisit this whole art journaling thing. So I started revisiting that, and I just found it, at the time, I felt like it was there. No one was like, the best way I can say it is no one was really talking about what it means to, I couldn't find a definitive definition of art journaling. And this double Capricorn over here is like, I need to know the definition. I need some structure around it. Like, what is it? What is it? What does it mean? I wasn't yet at that place where I was like, I can just define it for myself. Now I'm like, I can just define it for myself. But at the time, I wasn't, that's not where I was. So I was looking for definitions. I was trying to like fully understand it so that I could kind of embrace the fundamentals of art journaling. So anyway, I kept doing the thing, whatever. And eventually I was like, I follow and I see what these people are doing, and I, try to do some of the stuff I see them doing, but I never really know where to go next or what to do next. And so I took out some little index cards, I think at the time, tore them in half, and started making myself a little, just like flashcards, really is what I was doing, making little flashcards of things I could do in my art journal if I got stuck. And fast forward a few months after I did that, a friend came over for a little creative play date. We were writing poems and having lunch together and hanging out, and doing what I'm calling art journaling at the time. And I showed her my little index cards, and we played with them, and she was like, oh my God, Kiala, this is amazing. I would totally buy a set of those from you. And I was like, really? Would you? She was like, oh my God, yes. So fast forward, I was like, well, okay, let's see. So I sat down and I just wrote out a bunch of things that I went back through my art journals, and I was like, okay, yeah, I like when I do this. And I just started making a list. And then I sold the very first, I made the very first deck. I'm fast forwarding a lot here. I made the first deck. I sent out an invitation to about 10 or 15 artists, asking them if they would help me promote it and share it out with the world, like do a blog hop or whatever. Back then, people still did blog hops. We need to bring back blog hops, y'all. Let's do it. Let's bring back blog hops, and not Instagram, YouTube hops, I think people used to do. Let's bring that back. So fast forward, I made this deck. This is actually the second edition, and this one got wet, so it's kind of chunkier than it usually would be, but it got wet. And when things get wet, they kind of swell up. You can see the bottom half of it got wet, because you can see how. So anyway, I made the deck, the very first edition of it. I thought maybe 20 people would buy it. Oh my gosh, it was a hit. And I was very grateful and still am to this day. People continue to buy this deck. People continue to message me and go, is it in stock? When is it coming back? And because I don't like having a whole bunch of inventory of things in my house, I just don't keep it in, in stock. I think right now I probably have 6 or 7 of them sitting in the closet. And I don't do a lot of promoting around it because when I do, I ultimately get a ton of people asking. And then I hate having to say to people, it's out of stock. I don't have it. So anyway, lots of ups and downs with this deck that I could talk about, but mostly just to say it's my baby. Lots of folks have attempted to make things like this, but I would like to say I'm the OG. I'm the OG on this. I was the first person to come out with a deck like this, and well, I was about to say something, but I think that would be me outing someone if I did that. So I better not do that. But I was the first one to come out with something with this kind of deck. And it's basically a prompt deck for mixed media artists. It's designed to help you in your creative journey. It's designed to lead you towards more serendipity in your art. It's designed for fun. I mean, I get people emailing me, telling me different ways that they use this deck. And it's awesome to see it out there in the world. Especially when teachers in middle schools and high schools and elementary art classes email me and tell me that they are using this. It makes my heart so happy. So the Mixed Media Inspiration deck, the first edition of it was probably about half this size. It was about 60 cards maybe. So somewhere about maybe there. About that big. And then I started adding expansion packs. And then at one point I was like, okay, enough with the expansion packs. Because the expansion packs were a lot of labor, a lot more labor than just shipping out a single deck. So fast forward to, I don't know, the deck had been out maybe 4 years, maybe 5. Let's see, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, maybe, yeah, 5 years, because I think this Empowerment Edition came out in 2017. And so what I did is I took the expansion packs and just made one deck. So I didn't have to start sending out expansion packs. So I made one deck. And then since then, it has been revised maybe once since then. So there are 3 different versions of this thing out in the wild. The original with fewer cards. Some people have the expansion packs. The Empowerment Edition first run, and I think that one had about 90 cards. And then this, maybe that one had more like 80. And then this edition has about 90 something. So it's meant to be used in a lot of different ways. I won't go into all the ways here, but we're going to use it today. We're going to play with it today. So there's that. Yeah, Stephanie, thank you for saying that. So what I want to do, I mentioned to you all yesterday that were live with me that I was going to be bringing out my little file folders that I get from the dollar store. There's 6 in this one. These are the legal size manila folders. I think this one is still a full packet. I know some of you have been in my workshops where I use manila folders as a part of my creative process. And that's what we're going to do today. So the legal size, I really love because they're bigger and come on. It really does not like solid white colors. Like it's so confused by that. I like the larger ones because you can fold up a bottom portion of it and make yourself like a pocket, a journal that has pockets. Deja, thank you. Yeah, I have been using manila folders in my art for a really long time because, well, first of all, middle school, high school teacher, right? I was manila folders are my thing. School supplies are my thing, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I was like, it's like cardstock. It takes paint and gesso beautifully. In fact, I'm going to start with gesso on them, just to give it some toothiness. But it's a really beautiful substrate to start with. It seems like, oh, that's so basic. Yeah, but you can elevate it by what you do to it. So I like using the larger ones, the legal size, because like I said, I can fold this up and I end up having pockets. Or you can start by, there it is doing that thing, or you can start by tearing it down the middle and making a journal that way. So I think what I will do, gosh, I wish I could get this camera to stop trying to, autofocus. I've changed it like 3 times. It just keeps changing itself back to autofocus. It's like, no, I'm going to autofocus, darn it. So let's play. Yeah, it is a little sturdier than cardstock. And also these are lightweight, the ones from the dollar store, because, well, you're only paying $1 for them. So I guess they figure we can give you the cheaper stuff, the lightweight stuff, since you're, only paying $1 or $1.25 or whatever it is nowadays. But yes, if you were to buy some of the more expensive manila folders, you would actually get a thicker cardstock. But this one is pretty sturdier, more sturdier than cardstock. I agree with you. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to start with some gesso, and I think I'm wondering if I want to tear them in half and work with them that way. I think I do. I think I'm going to go through and do my tearing first. I don't know. I keep hesitating. All right, I'm going to trust the hesitation. The hesitation is telling me not to do that. So let's start with some gesso. Why don't we? And while I'm doing that, so I'm going to just tell you ahead what I'm going to do, and then I can talk about some of the other things on our list for today while I'm doing it. Stephanie says, oh no, I think a bunch of folders went in my recycle bin last month. Ah, no. Well, good that you're recycling, but also no. So I'm going to put some gesso down. I'm going to use nope, that brush is dried out. I'm going to use probably a key card, and I do have a little brush I like to use for gesso, but I think it is crunchy. I'm going to put it in some water and see if it'll soften up for me. I'm also going to use my brayer, because I love using my brayer for putting down gesso, for adding gesso. And then I'm also going to bring out my skewer, because I love to make marks in my gesso while it's still kind of wet, which I think just kind of adds to the texture and yumminess. So that's where I'm going to go. While I'm doing that, I will say, I didn't talk about gesso on letter G day. So I want to say a little bit about gesso. I love it. My favorite brand of gesso is actually, oh, I can't think of, that brand just went right out of my brain. Oh, Kiala. All right, I'll have to go and find the name of the one, but I buy it in the big container. And I put it into this little thing, because that just makes it easier to work with when I do that. So let's start with a little bit of brayering. I love a brayer because look at that texture you can get. Well, if your brayer is like mine and it's full of gunk, you can even see I got paint coming off the brayer, because I'm not really good at cleaning my brayers. And I don't really want to like get it all like pressed down in there. I'm also not stressing over whether I get full coverage on this. All right, so while I'm brayering, y'all, let's talk about, let's go ahead and jump into the menopause conversation, okay? So I've been going through menopause for a while because I started early, what they call early onset, likely triggered by the fact that I had, this is a squeaky wheel here, isn't it? Brought on by the fact likely that I had very severe endometriosis and some other complications going down in that part of my body. And let's see if I can't clear this because there's something in there that doesn't want to let my gesso come out. And also possibly hereditary genetic because my great-grandmother also started menopause early, from what they tell me, what my mama tells me. And so all of that to say, I started in my late 40s, mid to late 40s. Yeah, early mid 40s it started. Perimenopause started pretty early, and then full-on menopause came in a few years after that. People, listen to me. Why don't we talk more about this, women? Why don't we talk more about this when it's happening? Like, why? Oh, that's already drying up. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a good thing and keep moving to the next one. We should talk more about this. We should talk to our young women. We should give them a heads up about what's happening. Hi, Odelia. Yay, glad you're here. Because let me tell y'all something. It's no joke. And I feel like it might even be a little more intense for us in this day and age, because I feel like the advantage that our grandmamas and great-grandmamas had is that the food wasn't as ridiculously laden with chemicals and processed this, that, and the other. I feel like maybe they had a better time of it, less intense. I'm not trying to take anything away from our strong grandmamas and great-grandmamas and great-great-great-grandmamas. I'm just saying that I feel, okay, we got to stop with this squeaky thing here. This is kind of ridiculous. The squeakiness of that is driving me bonkers. Let me get a different one. They're all squeaky. What is happening? All right, this is a little less squeaky. I just need some WD-40 in my life. What is going on? All right, we're gonna try one more, a third one, and see if it's also squeaky. I'm just gonna say, you know what? That's what's happening in my life right now. Squeaky. I'm going through all the brayers. Because number one, why do I have so many brayers up here? Somebody tell me. It doesn't make any sense for me to have this many brayers. Okay, this one seems like it might be quiet. That one seems like it's going to be noisy. I'm going to leave that one out just in case. Okay. So, all of that to say, I feel like our food supply is a big factor too, right? Lots of hormones being pumped into our food. I mean, menopause is all about hormones. Like, it's the whole thing about it is hormonal changes happening in the body. And so I just feel like maybe they didn't think they needed to give us as much of a heads up as in my life I wish I had. Because I'm just like, woo-wee, it's a doozy. So all that to say, I also feel like it's a rites of passage. Let's talk about some of the things that I have come to try and embrace around menopause. The first thing is it's a rites of passage, right? It's not, because it's not so much about age anymore. I mean, there are women jumping into menopause pretty early these days, right? As where in my memory, I only heard about menopause in women who were over 60. You know what I mean? So I feel like the timeline accelerated. And because of that, it's like, okay, I take it as the universe being like, Kyla, you're ready. You're ready to move into cronehood, right? You're ready to move into your crone years, your wisdom keeping years, all the things. And so, come on, camera, be good to me. And so I embrace that. So I'm trying to, like I said, trying to, life gives you some lemonade, some lemons. You just try to make lemonade, So that's kind of where I've been with it. Let's see. WD-40. Yeah, I could use some of that. Come on with the camera thing. It's so annoying to me that this keeps doing this. All right, those of you out there who also live stream, tell me how to fix this. Tell me how to make this stop doing that. I don't know. Can I? Is that even a thing? Odelia says, besides all the chemicals in our food and the pollution of our earth, all the chemicals in our shampoos, conditioners, lotions, etc. have affected us too. Yes, thank you for mentioning that part. So I know that I mentioned on the first day or so that I am reading and have read already Menopause Reset. I'm actually going through it a third time at this point, kind of reading it a third time because it's so good. It's so good and has been super helpful already. I've made a lot of the suggestions that she has in there. I've really kind of embraced those and started making changes. And I can honestly say I feel a difference. I'm not doing all the things because I just don't believe you can, when you're trying to make big changes in your life, I feel like if you make too many changes at once, you can't actually tell what's working. And also it can feel overwhelming, almost like a jolt to your system to do that, So, let's put that there. So I'm not doing all the things at once. I just feel like that would be a little bit of overload for my system. But I am, like I said, small changes, a few, every few days or so, trying something different, seeing what works, because the only way you're going to really know what works, if you do all the things, you won't know which thing is actually, and then you do all the things, something starts working, you won't actually know what's working. Because the bottom line is, all the things listed in her book, no one, I don't believe, can do all of them all the time. So I'm of the mindset, find the thing that's working and do that. And so start slow. So anyway, all of that to say, her book has been really helpful. And one of the things she talks about is, and I've known this for a long time, and I actually practice this, like Damon and I, we don't take medications. We're very conscious about the toothpaste that we use, because we don't use toothpaste that has fluoride in it, calcifying that pineal gland, all the things, right? So we are very conscious, and have been for a while, very conscious and aware of the things we put in our bodies and on our bodies, the soaps that we use, the lotions and oils. I don't think I mentioned it here, but maybe I did on one of the days. One of my favorite companies for like beauty supplies and body supply things is Osea. And I think that's how they pronounce it, Osea, Osea. I'm not an affiliate. Don't get any kickback from them, but they are fabulous. Their products are fabulous. Very much like all natural. They tell you exactly what's in it. Nothing you can't pronounce. All the things. So all of that to say, yes, the more you can reduce chemicals that are coming in, even in your, like, we're very conscious about the toilet paper we use, the dish detergent, the detergent on that we use to wash our clothes. Like these to me are small changes that can be made without you having to do a lot of work. So when I read in her book that these were things she recommended, I was like, oh God, look, I'm already doing some of the stuff. So yay. I felt really good about that. Felt pretty proud of myself because we've been doing that. We've been living that lifestyle, that chemical-free lifestyle for more than a decade, probably since that first health scare that I had, or that first health thing that I had. So yeah, so that part is, I think, really important. And I know not everybody has access to all the good things, but I feel like there are even some brands out there that are more affordable brands that are conscious about sustainability of our earth, and also care about, whether they're putting chemicals in the body. It's also what got me starting to make my own salves and paying attention to all sorts of things. So there's lots of ways that we are getting chemicals pumped in us that we may not even realize. So yes, Odelia, thank you for naming that. There's so many other ways that they, capital T, they, the powers that be, the companies, the brands, the whatever you want they to be, that they pump this stuff into us, right? So we have to do our due diligence. So anyway, all of that, I think, really, in some ways, has accelerated menopause for a lot of women, if I'm being honest, especially women who still, and this is not a judgment, okay? I'm going to say this. Please hear me. It's not a judgment. Everybody has to be where they are on their journey. I was in that place on my journey too, right? Where I wasn't doing all the things I could do for myself. So, and a lot of it was ignorance. I didn't know. I didn't know that I needed to think about what kind of toothpaste I was using. My mama used Aquafresh and Colgate growing up, so I used Aquafresh and Colgate growing up. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know. I didn't pay attention to it. I had no awareness of it. So you don't know what you don't know. But once I knew, then I had to do something about it. I had to make some change. And so I think people who are still like eating at fast food places, like that's a choice, right? It's a choice. No judgment. I ate fast food for years. But I also know how I felt different when I stopped eating it, right? I know exactly, I can tell you exactly what happened to my body, what changed, what shifted for me when I stopped eating fast food, right? So all of that to say, I think menopause for some women these days has really, just it accelerated. We got there faster. I think we have more women having issues with with that part of our bodies, right? The whole reproductive system. I feel like we're having more and more issues with that now because of those things. So all of that to say, the other thing that's true is there's so many new things available to us that our grandmamas and great grandmamas did not have access to. So we can actually, it can potentially, for some of us, it can be more manageable than it was for them. We have access to essential oils, and we have access to soaps and things that don't have chemicals. We have access to food that is organic. And so we do have access to things that potentially they did not have access to. I know my great grandma grew her own garden and had, most of her food, her chickens and her hogs and all of her things right in her backyard. But I also know she used things that she got at the grocery store too. Fast food probably wasn't such a big thing for my great grandmother, but for my grandma, it might have been, so I just think we also have made a lot of advancements that we can benefit from, I think, as modern women. So it just requires effort and time and sometimes money, as a resource. And And so, you know, we don't always, not everybody has that. Not everybody has access to all the things all the time, right? So what I have found, I have been able to really, I just treat myself as a guinea pig, honestly. Like, okay, I'm going to just see if this works. I'm going to try this supplement, and I'm going to try it for 6 weeks, and I'm going to be very, very diligent and vigilant, and I'm going to do it every day, and I'm going to follow it to the T, and I'm going to see what changes. And if after, and sometimes it doesn't take 6 weeks, y'all. Sometimes it takes 4 days, and I can see the difference in using a thing, right? Some days it does, sometimes it does take a little longer, depending on what the thing is, depending on how much, you know, I need to take, all the things, right? So get me some in these spaces that are just doing some little scribbles in the spaces that haven't quite dried yet, just to bring in a little texture. So in doing that, I really pay attention to, yeah, how it's happening and showing up for me, like if it's changing anything for me. And in paying attention, I know what to keep and what to eliminate, you know. It becomes really easy for me to know how to do that. I don't recommend to others. I mean, that's not true. I will say, hey, here's what I'm using, but I'm not trying to diagnose anybody. I'm not a doctor. This is all my personal opinion. This has nothing to do with me telling anybody to go out, do what I do, try what I try, read the books I read. You've got to do what is good and right for you, your body, your lifestyle, all the things. But I have been able to, I'm going to say significantly, almost to zero, reduce the hot flashes. So I'm not saying I never have a hot flash, but when the menopause really came full on, I was having them like every 20 minutes. It felt like it was probably more like one or two an hour, but it felt like every 5 minutes I was having a hot flash. And it got to the point where I was like, I see why women got put in loony bins back in the olden days, because it will drive you mad. It will literally make you lose your mind. There are days when I would say to Damon, I cannot take it anymore. I'm over it. Forget it. I'm out. It's too much. It's just overwhelming, right? So I can only imagine, why they thought, oh, the kooky old women, right? Because it was just like, how do you live with this craziness? But I am proud to say that I did a lot of work on trying different supplements, trying different foods, eliminating certain things from my diet. Diet plays a really big role in it, I think, because again, there are certain foods that are rich in certain hormones, like really abundant in it, and you may not need that. It may be too much of that hormone coming into your body. So anyway, I really recommend Dr. Mindy's book, Mindy Pell's. The name of the book is Menopause Reset. And I recommend it because I think that she's gone through it, she's gone through it. She's speaking on it from a place of both being a doctor who was like, modern medicine is not helping women who are going through menopause. It's not built for that. It's not helping at all. She was very aware of it, because she was going through it. So all of that to say, I find her extremely helpful. So I've been able to really pretty drastically reduce. I'm going to pause here and talk for a moment about the folders. So when you use the cheaper manila folders, y'all, they do kind of do a thing where they can start to warp. Come on, camera. Work with me here. Oh, Technology. You gotta love it. I feel like I'm a brand new, yeah, okay. So the manila folders, when they get wet and you start putting stuff on them, they can get this like warpiness. Um, but you can get them back. Like once you start working it, you can bring that back. Now, because they're thin, you do have to kind of be mindful of that. So I'm going to work this one with my, I used to have a bigger, there it is. I used to have a bigger one of these, similar, not the same, but similar enough. So I have been able to drastically reduce, like I probably should knock on wood when I say this. I almost don't have hot flashes anymore. Like they're so rare now that when I have one, I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? I'm dying. Because I just don't have them as, as frequently as I did in the very beginning. But that was my first real, like, okay, I got to figure something out because I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up for this. So I've been able to really work with that. One of the big things has been using essential oils, changing things in my diet, including things, reducing things. And again, I was very pleased to see that some of the things I'm already doing are in Dr. Mindy's book. So I felt good about that. Not that if they hadn't been in her book, I would have changed. I wouldn't have changed anything because if it works for me, it works for me. I don't care what any doctor, I don't care what any person says. If I see it works for my body, I trust that over anything else. That's just my way. So I've been able to do that. And I've also been able to reduce some of the other things. I mean, I still have a lot of like right now, brain fog in this moment. Listen, this camera does not want to be my friend today. One of the things that I was able to really do in terms of working with the hot flashes, aloe vera juice was like a godsend for me. But it wasn't the only thing. But I felt like it helped significantly. So the thing I haven't really been able to like get rid of the night sweats. Oh my God. At first I wasn't having night sweats, honestly, for a while. And then I kind of think menopause rolls on us in stages. And I'm just going to say thank you, universe, for not maybe having all the symptoms happen at once. I think there might not be any more women on the planet if that was how it goes down. I think it is a gradual, like it's a process. Your body is changing. And so it changes, at the rate it changes, but it definitely is not sort of like you wake up one day and you're in full blown menopause and all the things are going wrong in your world. It does kind of roll in on you. And so that I take that as a good thing that we're not just bombarded with it all in one day. So what else was I going to say about it? So yeah, there are some things that I have not been able to quite nix. The brain fog. It's almost like I got rid of the one thing and the other things became more intense. For instance, I feel like when I got rid of the hot flashes, the night sweats became more intense. So I'm working on them. I'm working on those night sweats. I'm going to make friends with the night sweats. We're going to figure it out. But the brain fog stuff, it's hard for me to tell because sometimes what I think I call brain fog is really just maybe some of the ADD, ADHD stuff creeping in. A friend of mine actually sent me a video recently of a woman talking about ADD, ADHD, and menopause connections. I haven't watched it yet fully. I watched a bit. I watched the beginning of it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this lady, she's talking about me." So I'll see if I can find the. I know I can find the link because she sent it to me in a message. So I'll put that link in the chat for folks, or not the chat, but the description after this live stream, because some of you might be interested in it too. And again, I'm not like straight up endorsing it. I don't know, but I trust the person who shared it with me. So it's worth looking at for me at any rate. So yeah, so I don't always know if the brain fog, the sort of inability to keep my thoughts all going in the same direction. I don't know if I can blame that on menopause, because that was happening to me in my 20s, in my teens. Like, that's not really a new thing for me. But what's new is sometimes not being able to conjure up the word I'm looking for, of being like, oh, wait, what was I saying again? Like having a really difficult time calling it back, that part is new. So, and that could be just that I got too many things going on in my brain also, right? Could be a number of reasons, but I do often hear a lot of menopausal women saying that is a side effect that they're experiencing, or an effect that they're experiencing. So for me, what has really been the big stuff is the night sweats, the memory / language stuff. And oh my God, the thing that actually feels like too much some days is the see how my brain's doing. Come on back. What was I saying? Night sweats, hot flashes. The emotional stuff. Listen, this double Capricorn over here, I can't hardly stand all the emotional crying and the tears. And I'm like, why am I crying? It happened last night. I was on the couch with Damon. And I don't even remember what we were talking about. And I just started crying. And I was like, I'm so sorry, babe. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm crying. He was like, it's okay. I understand. Plus, I had a really emotional day. I think I shared with some of you yesterday. It was just an emotional day on the end of a very emotional week. It was just like, oh my God, give me a break. Why don't you? So, but sometimes, y'all, I would just be like, we'll be riding down the street in the car and I'll just start crying. I'm like, what in the hell is this? Why am I crying? No, thank you. I don't want it. Send it back. I don't want all this crying. And it feels like the 50 years of my life where I have just been kind of like, I don't do the emotional thing. No, the tears aren't moving me. What's all that crying about? I feel like the universe is like, all those years that you didn't want to do the crying thing, we're going to put it all on you right now. Here you go. So that part is quite intense. And that part is, I could do without it. I surely could. And I hear lots of other symptoms and things that people have that I have not experienced. And again, some of it is like, I wonder if some of it is just about your diet, like the food people are eating and the symptoms, and all the things. So so one of the things that is my next thing to kind of, well, let me ask you all this. Those of you here who, and maybe this doesn't have to be just a menopausal thing, but has anybody here had a Dutch test? DUTCH, Dutch test. It's like a hormonal. It kind of tells you where your hormones are, which ones are kind of balanced, out of balance, all the things. Come on. I'm going to look in the chat here in a second. I'm noticing that there are some things in the chat that maybe I missed. But right now, I'm just trying to get this thing to focus. There we go. So yeah, I'm curious if any of you have had a Dutch test. It's one of the things I've been thinking about. It's one of the things that Dr. Mindy talks about in her book and on her channel. She has a YouTube channel, by the way, so you can always go check out some of the things that she is talking about. All right, I think these are pretty sufficiently gessoed at this point. Oh wait, I got one more, maybe two. I'm bringing a little texture. Okay, let me see what y'all are saying in the chat over here. Well, Judy says it's also why girls are menstruating. Yep, so early or earlier than other generations. The hormones in the food and also the chemicals in the chemicals mimic hormones. Absolutely. Yep, the chemicals that mimic hormones. Ode also says sharing information about these issues with each other is so important. So thank you, Kyla. Yeah, I think I'm just like, why don't we have? I almost feel like there was probably, like in my mind, I want to believe there was probably a time when women got together. I think that's what the whole red tent movement was about some years ago, right? Is I feel like women got together, the elders sat with, generations, different generations sat together and talked about all the things, not just menopause, but like all the things, right? Eat from cooking and cleaning to, how to keep your body healthy and vibrant and all the things. So yeah, Odelia, I'm right there with you. I think at somewhere along the line, we started feeling like we had to go it alone. Really what I think happened is we started trusting that doctors and the medical system know our bodies better than we do. And so we stopped having these conversations because we have them with our doctors, right? And so I think that changed sort of the conversations that were happening at home. People started trusting external sources instead of listening to the mamas and the grandmamas and the great grandmamas, So I think that's a big part of it. So I really love cultures and communities where that is still a thing, where the elders, whether it's men or women, where the elders still get with the younger generations and pass on knowledge, information, and wisdom. It's one of the reasons why I started the Wisdom Keepers Writing Circle, is because I'm like, somebody has to be the wisdom keepers in our families, in our communities. It's really important. It's really important. So let me see what else is in the chat here. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, it is very important, I think, that we share and have these conversations. Hi, Nomi. Glad to see you. And did I see a message from you? I think I did. And I was like, wait, what? I didn't actually read it. It came up on my phone, kind of like a quick flash. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to read that after the call, or after this live stream. So I'll go check. I think you sent it to me in the network, so I'll do that. I'll look. But I'm glad you're here today. Where am I? Okay, 70 says, I'm usually freezing. So in the winter, I occasionally think a wave of warmth washing over me. You think it, yeah. I can feel that. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes we have to reframe all of this and just be like, you know what? I'm going to be super grateful that I'm having this menopause moment, right? Like, I have really had to reframe it. And a part of that has been in the recognizing that it is a rites of passage as a woman to shift into menopause, that it is you becoming the crone. It is you embodying all three at once, maiden, mother, and crone all at one time. I think it can be a beautiful time if we let it. I think the society we live in doesn't honor it the way that it should and could be honored. And so I'm not saying I'm on a one-woman mission to try to bring that back. But what I am saying is that I hate that it's not a part of just like how the world moves and works, Okay, so what else do I want to say? It contains emotions. Thank you, Naomi. Emotions, I can work with it. Thank you for the warning. Angelisa says, love Dr. Mindy. Just fasting has made a huge difference. And that didn't cost a thing. Exactly. Angelisa, ding, ding, ding. I love it. You are on it with that. Because, like I said, there are a lot of things she talks about that I was already doing, like fasting. Like Damon and I do, we do cleanses, we do fasting, intermittent fasting, long fast. In fact, we just we're talking about doing I told him I'm getting to that point where I'm ready to do a 10-day fast. So yeah, the fasting definitely makes a difference. The intermittent fasting for sure has made a difference. And some of the other things that have made a difference for me, more sunlight, right? Getting outside. I realized that we actually have a gym here where we live that has an infrared sauna. She talks a lot about infrared saunas in her book, and the power of those. She talks about sunlight significantly, of just like we got to get outside more. We don't, like, we live very indoor lives. Most of us, not everybody, some women live outdoor lives, but a lot of us live very, 90% of my work is online, what I do in the world. My service-based business is primarily online. And so I spend a lot of time indoors. I'm a creative who works at a table indoors, right? Like, so I spend a lot of time indoors. And so sunlight has been a really big part of it. So I've been trying to be more intentional, because I also am somebody who likes to walk at night, like to go outside and walk at night. And I've had to try to start recalibrating myself to walk more during the day so I can get more sunlight. So yeah, there are lots of things that you can do for free that don't cost you a darn thing. Did anybody say that they've tried that they've done the Dutch test? I was wondering about that. So I'm thinking about doing it to just see where my hormone levels are. She also talks a lot about ketones, and not necessarily that everybody should be on a keto diet, but she talks about how you can use that ketone device that people who are very hardcore keto folks use to check their ketones. She talks about how you can use that device to help you kind of gauge certain things. So yeah, it's been a fascinating read. And like I mentioned before, I listened to it as an audiobook first, and on a road trip Damon and I were on. Thank you, babe, for being the kind of husband who listens to a book all about menopause for 10 hours, and doesn't gripe or complain, but in fact has lots of like things to add and say and share, and also be like, oh babe, we're already doing that, you're already doing it, you've been doing that. So thank you. You know how much I love you. Thank you for being you. And so yeah, that listening to it in an audiobook in her voice was also super powerful, I think, for me. And then yeah, just looking at where I could start, what was easy, also checking off the list of what I'm already doing, celebrating that I'm already doing some of the things, that she talks about. So that has been a really interesting sort of journey. So yeah, the menopause journey is one that I'm really trying not to be, I'm not saying that, I'm trying not to be angry about it, but let me also say at the same time that there are days when I'm angry. There are days when I'm like, curses everywhere. I hate it. And then there are days when I'm like, this is a part of stepping into my role as a wisdom keeper in my family, in my life, in my community. This is that signal to me, to the world, that I've lived a life. I've lived a life. And yeah, so I don't know if there was more I wanted to say in this moment about it, but I'll come back. I will shift. I want to shift right now to talking about mindfulness and meditation, because that has also been helpful. And my meditation doesn't necessarily look like mainstream meditation. I think when I think about meditation, for me, what I'm doing here, like if I were sitting here putting gesso on this thing by myself, not talking to you all as I do it, I would absolutely consider this. This to me is absolutely meditative, right? So yeah, I honor that part as well. It's like sometimes mindfulness and meditation don't look the same for everybody, you know? And that I think is important to name. That doesn't look the same for everybody. But what it does, I think, is it can have the same benefits for folks, you know? So having a mindfulness practice, and sometimes for me, y'all, that means making art, creating, like pulling out the jelly plate and spending hours and hours just engrossed in that. Sometimes it looks like me folding paper for journals, which is why I have so many journals waiting to be made, is because sometimes I'm just folding paper, not with any particular journal or intention to make a journal, just it's my meditation for the day, right? It's my slowing down moment. It's my mindfulness moment. Um, and for me, it really does work, right? It really does work to sit and fold paper. Sometimes for me, the difference to me when I am listening to an audiobook and creating, or listening to a podcast episode, or listening to a replay of a lesson I've taught in my community, or one of my teachers has taught, or whatever, I don't consider that to be the same as mindfulness, because I'm paying attention to something. But when I am just in my flow of creating, um, and it's quiet, and I don't have anybody else's voice in my head, I actually can hear my own voice more clearly. And to me, that's powerful. That's a big piece of it, right? So I know some people like to have music on, or they like to have, but I think there's also some benefit to giving yourself quiet, silence. That's why we start with that in our framework, in the radical intentions work that Damon and I do. We start with that because, yeah, we live in a world that inundates us with noise, and even I think tries to convince us sometimes that something's weird if we want silence. If we don't want noise, we're somehow weird. We're somehow, you know, yeah. So I advocate for times when, I'm listening to things, but also there are times when I'm designating it as this is my meditation time. So much so that I use an app called Insight Timer. I also have the Calm app, but I actually use Insight Timer because we have a group thing over there for PPP that we can kind of like see each other if we happen to be meditating at the same time. So sometimes my meditation looks like me sitting and folding paper, doing something that doesn't require me to listen to anybody else's voice but my own in that moment. And that's important to me. We have to have time for listening to ourselves. We spend a lot of time, y'all, listening to other people, between music, the radio, TV. We spend a lot of time with other people's voices in our heads. And then some of us even have, mothers, grandmothers' voices in our heads, siblings, whoever, whatever. So yeah, we have to to me, mindfulness is you giving yourself time to hear yourself, to be in conversation with yourself, to spend time with yourself and your own thoughts, your desires, right. And that's really important, I think. What else we got here? Oh, yes. Well, Dee says, for the most part, elders are not honored. There is a lot of age discrimination. We are made to feel as though we no longer count. I love wisdom keepers. Yeah, Odelia, you've heard me say it before. I consider you one of my elders. you are in my my personal circle of sages. And not that I necessarily like come to you with questions. I may one day. But I absolutely have you in my heart and mind when I'm thinking about things on the topic of like aging gracefully. Also, telling our stories, being in our truth. You absolutely come to mind for me because you're someone who I think has. I wonder if I can take this out if it has to have this piece in it. You're someone who I think has shared your story with me in various ways. It makes me know that you're somebody to pay attention to and listen to, that you are. Because I'm going to also tell y'all, not every person who considers themselves elderly or in the elderhood years is wise. Let's just name that. I know people like to say wisdom comes with age. I think a better way to say it is we hope wisdom comes with age. But the truth is, not everybody who gets old gets wise, right? Like, let's keep it real. So I pay attention when I hear wisdom coming out of people, when I hear them speaking and sharing their lives and what they've done and who they've been and where they've been and what they've experienced, and more so how all of that has shaped them and taught them things and made them change as they were reflecting and learning. Like, all of those things to me is really what makes someone wise. It's not just, oh, I lived through that. Did you? But did you learn through that? That's my question. You lived through it, but did you learn through it? Because that is bigger than just saying, oh, I lived through XYZ. Yeah, okay, we all live through stuff. But are you learning through that thing as well? Did it teach you something? Did you come out wiser on the other side? So I don't think that I'm all about respecting people who are older than me, because I'm a Southern woman and I was raised by a Southern woman, and my mama will look at me sideways if I were ever to disrespect someone who's, older than me chronologically. But what is also true, just because you're older than me doesn't make you, doesn't always mean that you are wiser. I know some 20-year-olds who have some wisdom because they've lived through things and they've learned through those things. And that, I feel, is really, really an important distinction that I make. So Odelia, I listen to you. I hear your story. I hear your wisdom. I hear what you've lived through. And I hear what you've learned from what you've lived through. And that, to me, is where wisdom comes from. And so I sit up, I pay attention. I listen. I'm like, this woman has some, y'all better listen. Y'all better listen to what she's telling you. So that's real for me. That's real for me. So, okay. So Delia says, I've done the hormone testing to do I don't know if I'm saying this right, bioidentical hormones. It is required every 6 months. Now I am unsure about all of it because hormones are confusing and their role in breast cancer is also. Yeah, absolutely. I can only imagine that. That's real talk. And I think there's just a lot of confusion in general around hormones, because I think for decades, research is always put on the stuff that is, we're going to just say, male-centric. What is happening with this tape? I need a different one. Sorry, y'all. I just want to do a little cleaning up of all these bits on my tray. So yeah, I think a lot of the research and the stuff has really been male-centric. So men don't get menopause. So there's not a lot of men don't typically, I'm not going to say ever, but I don't think typically men get breast cancer. I know there have been some cases of men getting cancer cells in the breast. I'm not going to say never, but I think the number is so small that it doesn't always warrant research. I think if there were more men experiencing it, there'd be more money going towards it, right? So all that to say, yeah, I 100% hear you there. The confusing part and all of those pieces. Okay, what else we got here? Aw, mwah. I love you. Love you, Aldelia. Thank you for that. Nomi says, thanks to your radical intentions, I have daily outdoor quiet time while walking my dog, trying to break my habit of constantly jamming other people's voices into my brain. Yes, that part. And it is exactly that, y'all. It's something we can control. We can control how much of other people's stuff we consume. Honestly, which is why I'm always super honored when you all come and share and listen to me putting my voice out here in the world. Is because I understand, which is also why I try to be super mindful of what I'm talking about and what I say. Because I think that, yeah, it matters. It absolutely matters. All right, y'all. So here's what I'm going to do with these pieces. I'm going to go ahead and tear them down just to make them a little more workable in this moment. Just going to tear them right on the fold that they already have. I'm curious, like, what are some of y'all's mind? I know some people use the Calm app. Like, do y'all have other things you do for your mindfulness journey? Like, what is your... one of my big things is my gratitude practice in the morning. And even if I don't always get to write it in my journal, I'm saying gratitudes like almost instantly when I open my eyes and become fully awake and aware. But I'm also saying gratitudes when I'm standing at the sink brushing my teeth, because it doesn't require you to sit down anywhere and do right. But I think it brings a mindfulness to your day, right? It's like a moment of mindfulness to sit down or to stand anywhere, to do whatever, to just be in the energy of gratitude. It doesn't have to be a formal, oh, I have a journal and I'm writing all about it. I do that for my own, and I think many people probably do that, the journaling piece, but you don't have to be a journaler to have a gratitude practice. So for me, one of the big mindfulness practices is gratitude. And on the nights or the mornings when I wake up and I have had ridiculous night sweats, first thing I do is apologize to Damon. Sorry, babe. Sorry, I soaked our bed. But also, I go, thank you. Thank you, universe, for all the reminders that I am changing, that my body is changing, that I am in this next phase of my life that can be and will be, if I have any say in it, will be beautiful and amazing. So that part. I would so in Poop and Paint this year, we're reading, one of the books we're reading is Inner Work of Age, From Role to Soul. And I love that title so much. And I can't wait for us to read that book together. But I wonder too, how many of you have people that you follow who are talking about aging gracefully, right? I know we follow a lot of mixed media folks and a lot of all the things, but who are you following in the world that's talking about these things, talking about aging gracefully? I'm going to pull some inks to work with because they feel like the easy route right now, and I'm going to go with what's easy because, well, everybody needs an easy button in their life. This is going to be my easy button. I'm just looking for colors that feel like the right colors. Ooh, paint's great. Always a good choice. Where is my earth? My red earth. Gotta have my red earth. think, all right, that feels like enough colors to start with. All right, let's see if we can't get the camera. There we go. All right, so the colors I've pulled out, I have Antique Brown by De La Rowney, Red Earth by De La Rowney. I got Sepia India Ink by Bombay, or Dr. P.H. Martin's. Payne's Gray by De La Rowney. Raw Sienna by Amsterdam. And Olive Deep Green by Amsterdam. So let me show y'all how I like to work and batch this stuff. Work quickly and get out of my head. So I'm gonna start from the bottom. Oh, bio-identical. I love that. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, we do hope wisdom comes with age. We've all been so hurt if we don't work through that hurt. It affects our ability to be wise. Yep, sharing and caring. Yep, that is so true, Odelia. I'm right there with you. The pain that we endure through life, the whole, I was just talking to one of my mentees this morning. She called me and, you know, she asked how I was doing. First question. And I said, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I've had a hard, rough week. Hearing your voice is awesome. Makes me, you know, happy. Thank you for calling today and, you know, chatting and checking on me. And she was like, I said, adulting is hard. She was like, I know, me too. I was like, you got a few more years before you can be mad with adulting. But also, that's real. Like it's just kind of that happening for all of us right now. Like we're all feeling that. Lots of energetic shifts, lots of, yeah, just life, and as they say, right? That's the new thing to say. Life is lifing. So I'm just, and then I'm gonna lay that one down, do a little smooshy on it, and bring in my next color. And I'm gonna just keep playing like that. Yeah, I need more. There are a couple people that I follow on Instagram that are, I think, aging gracefully, talking about aging gracefully, right? Sharing things around that. But I don't have enough of them. I think my feed is filled with other things that I probably need to stop and unfollow. Come on, goodness gracious, this camera is really being a bummer today. So yeah, if y'all have people that you follow, please do share the names. So as I work on one, the one underneath it is also getting a little treatment, right? Because as I roll this, you see how it's transferring. Oh, you can't see that. But see down here how it's transferring. The rolling that I'm doing is being transferred from one to the next. So I like to kind of play. And I do this with regular papers too when I'm working with regular papers, but I'm showing it to you here because this is really when I started doing it this way, was working with these sheets. Let's go with green next. This antique brown has a little bit of a hint of green in it, which I find kind of interesting, but it's a really deep, it's like a deep greeny brown. I don't know. Let's see, what else do we have green here? All right, what else is on the list? So meditation and mindfulness, talked about that. So yeah, mental fitness is one of the themes that we talk about and discuss in Life Alchemy, and specifically in the Radical Intentions. Because mental fitness is about keeping your mind sharp And a lot of the things I've talked about here around menopause is how we can do that. I'm going to use this little stylus and see if that makes some little tiny thin marks. You know, paying attention to what we eat, getting more sunlight, like all the same things that I've said are really a part of that whole journey of mental fitness. Same stuff, right? So I feel like if we're doing those things, those of us, and like I feel like that helps with the mental fitness. But also, mental fitness is about your mindset. One of the big things to talk about when we talk about mental fitness is what color is this? It says sepia, but it almost looks black to me. Let me clean off my brayer and see if I can get the true color here. Oh, huh. I don't know. That's not the color I thought this was going to be. For some reason, it feels like a dull brown, gray, graphite kind of thing. Not what I was thinking and wanting, but I'm going to use it since it's out here. I'm not going to. And I'm going to grab a purpley color, I think. Okay, so mental fitness, what was I saying? Oh, one of the things that's really big under the umbrella of mental fitness for us is mindset and limiting beliefs, right? Really working with understanding that limiting beliefs come from conditioning. So there's a big conversation around deconditioning that we have during the mental fitness, when we're like in the thick of the mental fitness month, because we have so many limiting beliefs, and they usually come from, you know, our parents, our teachers, the elders sometimes in our lives that maybe aren't in their wisdom energy. It comes from television, music, comes from our spiritual leaders sometimes who, you know, may not be teaching and preaching on the things that help us feel more empowered instead of feeling like we are, you know, limited. So we do a lot of work around limiting beliefs and mindset shifting and really helping people be just a little more mindful. I'm not sure if I really like feeling this. Let's go with some yellow. That's an interesting addition to that, but I'm glad I did it. I don't hate it. So yeah, that whole piece of like really pausing to take stock in our mindset, in our especially in our looking at what our limiting beliefs are as individuals, and there are collective limiting beliefs as well. You know, Damon and I were talking about one of those collective limiting beliefs of like everybody should go to school, graduate, go to college, get a job, buy a house, get married, buy a house, have children, stay in your job forever. Like there's this collective sort of I don't know, just a limiting belief around how life is meant to go, right? What we're meant to experience in life, how we're meant to express ourselves and manifest and move through the world, right? What makes you a candidate for like a good citizen of this world, you know? And I feel like that, even that agreed upon sort of information can be really, it can be damaging to our mental fitness, because like if you spend your life trying to live into that and let me say, don't get it wrong here. I'm not judging. because I was on that hamster wheel too. I lived into that for 30 years of like, this is what it's supposed to look like. If I don't have the house, the car, the kid, the job, the degrees, the this, that, and the other. I mean, it's one of the reasons I have 6 academic degrees. Is because I bought into that agreed upon contractual, like, here's how you move through this world if you want to be a good citizen of this world, right? I bought into it, and I don't regret it because I learned a lot in all of those things that I did, and you know, who I was, who I am, all of that. So I'm definitely not disparaging it. I'm just noticing that it's some deep programming, you know, it's some very deep programming, and it takes work to decondition that. And so the mental fitness comes from, you know, lots of curiosity about the world and about people. That's a big part of the mindset, mental fitness part of our framework. Because yeah, we want people to learn how to question everything. Ask what if a lot. Really important. Okay, so now I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna put it at the bottom and go in reverse. So I'm just flipping that over, and I'm gonna go in reverse now. Going all the way to the back again, where we just started, where we just left off there. And I'm just going to start doing it on this other side so that I can get the other half of each of these. I feel like this is running out of ink. I keep dipping and I'm not getting anything. Odelia says, yes, and we are made to feel shame if we do not subscribe to the checkbox life. Yep. Odelia says, I raise children to be critical thinkers and question authority, especially things that are oppressive. That part. And that's a great word. It's like, if we all have to feel like we have to all be chasing the same version of happiness and success, wow, just like, ugh, no thank you. I'm going to just say no to that. So I'm just getting some color down on all my pages here. So yeah, that part, the critical thinking, critical and creative thinking, was one of my favorite things to teach when I was a middle and high school teacher. And then I became a trainer in education. And I feel like that gave me a lot of leeway to start having those same conversations with adults about creative and critical thinking and the importance of them. In fact, I did a whole 2 years as a trainer where that's all I did. I went into classrooms, I went into schools and worked with classroom teachers on critical and creative thinking in the classroom. And that, man, talk about an eye-opener around what our children were learning. You know, so much of like teaching to the test, but not really teaching children how to think, right? Like, not what to think, but how to think. There is a distinction that I think doesn't, yeah. So anyway, that was a past life of mine. But one of the big things, I'm proud of the work that I did when I was in the education system. Proud of the work I did as a teacher, even though I got to the point where I just couldn't take anymore. And I did grapple with leaving because I was like, I'm kind of abandoning these kids and leaving them with adults who may or may not pick up where I left off, you know. But what I realized is I had other work that I was supposed to be doing in the world. So I went off to do that. And I hope and pray that people cross my path who, you know, have the best interests of the kids in heart, whether it's their kids that they work with or it's their children or their grandchildren, you know. That part feels, I think I'm just going to do a smushy on that one. Yeah, let's do that. I used a lot of this. Let's bring this. That purple, I want that purple to be a deeper purple than it is, but it's not very deep. It's very jewel tone purple. Yeah, Damon says flow motion meditation. Yeah, that's one of the offerings in the Life Alchemy, and you actually, if you're not in pulp and paint, but you want to attend flow motion meditation, just reach out to me or reach out to Damon, either way, and we'll send you some information on how to do that. But it is a part of the PPP. Folks in PPP get access to it, you know, and some folks who are like in our sort of first year of Life Alchemy probably have access to it as well. But flow motion meditation is sort of, it's Damon's love offering to the community. He is a yoga teacher and has been for a while, but also currently doing his, I think, entering the final year soon here of his yoga therapy, international yoga therapist, yoga therapy certification to become a person who can offer therapeutic, functional yoga work for all sorts of things, for every element of the framework that we do, from physical health to mental fitness to spirituality to happiness in general, all the things. So, all right. I lost train of thought. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, I looked up at the chat. Yep. Okay, I'm just looking. Oh, in a clinical setting, Damon said. What do you mean, Damon, in a clinical setting? I'm like, did I say something? Oh, look at that peel up. I like it. I'm gonna live with it. Not bad. All right, I just want to make sure every piece has a little something on it. So let's get a little something on this one. I'm telling you, this color is like confusing me. Like, it comes out of the jar, and then every time I roll it out, I'm like, oh, that's that color. Yeah, crazy pants, actually. I'm like, what's happening here? It's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit confusing. I'm gonna put that down on there and do some rub off on it. All right. I'm going to do one more pass of these. I have no idea how long I have been talking. All right, we're not quite at 2 hours, but we're close. I want to pull a few mixed media inspiration cards to get me doing some other things on this. So let's do one more pass. I keep dipping into this crazy color, and I don't mean to. Let me put the lid on. I mean, I don't hate the color, but I'm also like, no, why do you keep showing up? Talking about yoga therapy, what distinguishes it from yoga teacher instructor? Yes, that you are trained and certified, you licensed, I don't know the language, certified, licensed, trained to work in clinical settings using yoga. Yeah, that part. Thank you for making that distinction. I'm still learning how to talk about it since you're still, you know, in the program. But by the time you finish, I will have it down pat. I will know how to tell people what you can do to help them, to serve them and their needs, to help people get their lives to be more sovereign with their health and their mindset and their spiritual connection and all the things. Because I see it as something that does all of those things, bridges mind, body, soul. All right, folks. Oh, no. Sorry. Let me just look through these. See this purple? That purple's not making me happy in the mix of all this. I'm going to have to tone it down some, I think, with some gesso at some point. But we're not going to worry about that right now. Right now, we're not. Sorry, I just saw a text message from my mother. Damien, do you see that? I love that lady. She just sent us both a little group text message. She's a funny one. I love that lady. Yeah, this purple's not doing it for me, friends. It just feels wrong. It feels wrong in here. It feels very, very wrong. So I'm going to shift to a little bit of regular paint because I really do want to bring a little gesso back into the mix. Yeah, I have gesso in 5 different containers all over the different places in here. It's kind of crazy. Pretty sure this is gesso too. This is Chromium Oxide Green by Nova Paints. There was one of our community members who posted in a comment to me about not being able to do jelly plate printing much anymore. And I mentioned, and I just responded with like, there's some non-toxic acrylic paints. This is one of those brands, Nova Paints. I recommend just taking a look at them and seeing if, I'm not telling you to, go against anything for your health. I'm saying they might be an interesting company to just check out and see if they offer paints that would work for you. All right, that's toning it down a little, but I know I'm going to come back with other stuff, so I'm going to try to move on, Kyla, let it go. And each time I'm just going to put that, whatever one I just finished working on, put it on the bottom and just let the paints keep transferring to each other in different ways. Okay, so let me talk about MFA. Okay, let's talk about the MFA. No, but look at that. I promise you, I did not look up at the chat until after I said that, and I see it in the chat. Was MFA discussed? Okay, so let's talk about the MFA. Master of Fine Arts. What was that? So I did my MFA at Mills College in Oakland, California. Shout out to Mills. Shout out to Oakland, my heart city. I'm going to go ahead and close up this purple because I think we're not working with that anymore today. And loved it. Loved Mills. Loved the MFA program that I was a part of. But before we go there, let me tell you my MFA story. Can I do that? Can I share my MFA story with you? Because I know some of you will be able to relate to this. So I went to college in I graduated high school in 1990. And my mother had just had a back surgery shortly after, I can't remember the order. I think it was shortly after my graduation, she had a back surgery. that she had actually been putting off having until I graduated. So I graduated from high school, and I knew she was going to have this back surgery, and I knew that there was not going to really be anybody home with her to help her. So I opted by choice. I wasn't forced. I chose to stay home and help her through her recovery, because I knew I had been to the doctor's appointments with her. I knew what it was going to entail. I knew she was going to be like bedridden for a while and need, so I stayed home. I didn't go right off to college. I went to the junior college. At the time, it was called a junior college. Now they call them state colleges, but at the time it was junior college, Pensacola Junior College. And because, for those of you who were here on Fountain Pen Day, you heard my story about Mrs. Inquest, my English teacher in high school, who encouraged me to go into dual enrollment. And so because of that, when I graduated from high school, I already had 4 college courses under my belt. So that was like 12 college credits already. And so that's interesting. So I went to the community college and finished in a year and a half, because I was like, my mama's not going to need me for a year and a half. I got to hurry up and get out of here. So I was like, when her healing is done, I need to be ready to leave. And so I took a lot of classes. I took like 18 credits a semester. Some semesters, I think I took 21 credits. I was determined not to stay here, to be able to go off to college. So I did that. I went to Florida State University so I graduated a year and a half after with an AA degree, AS degree actually, because I did a lot of computer classes. So I had my sort of liberal arts degree. Oh, this is yummy what this is doing. I think I probably should start separating them and let them have a life of their own. So I did that. I went off to college, did the whole college thing, was going to be a computer programmer, was kind of like what I was going to school for in 1992 when I went to Florida State. And couldn't pass accounting, really struggled with accounting. And so while I was trying to pass accounting, I started taking writing classes, like poetry and literature and all the things. And so fast forward, I was like, oh, I think I want to do an MFA as I was nearing graduation, right? Because of course your upper level college professors are saying to you, the next stage is getting an MFA. That would be the next logical thing for a student getting a degree in writing. That would be the next logical thing for you to do, is go get an MFA. So I was like, yes. So I took out I started looking at schools. I started looking at applications, and every application was like, they wanted you to submit a writing sample, like pages and pages of writing. I was intimidated by that. Even though I was a great writer, even though I had had a poem published while I was in undergrad, I was very intimidated by this idea that I was going to have to put my writing in a manuscript for people to judge whether or not I'm good enough to come to their program. So I let that fear keep me from going. And I went ahead and did the whole education thing, became a teacher, started teaching students writing and creative writing and language arts. And it was awesome and amazing. And I loved every single second of it. And sometimes I didn't really like dealing with parents, because sometimes parents can be parents. So I didn't always like that part. I don't want to be dishonest. I liked 90% of it. I loved working with the kids. And so I put that MFA dream to the side because, fear. but I kept working on my writing. I joined little writing groups that were local. I would go to readings and things. So I kept myself sort of in that energy. And then I went and did a master's degree in education. And didn't really think much more about an MFA. Fast forward, I did a MFA. I'm sorry, I did a master's degree in, what was my first master's degree in? My first master's degree was in English something, English education and something. I don't even remember what all. Oh, I could just look on the wall, huh? Yeah, it doesn't even have it on my degree. That's crazy pants. Why is it not on the degree? Okay, so I did a master's degree, Master of Science degree. So I did that, and still was like, I think I really want to do an MFA. And so after I did my Master of Science degree, I started looking at MFAs again. And filled out an application. I was like, I've got some good writing. I've been in this writing critique group, and they're telling me that my writing is really great. And some of those people are published and they know all about this. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm finally going to do it. Filled out about 5 applications, got my manuscript all together, had my writing group look at it and give me feedback. Filled out all the things, wrote out a check, put everything in an envelope to send off. And I got cold feet, so I didn't do it. And I did that same dance 5 years in a row. So that took me. So I did that for about 5 years in a row, where I would sit down and I would fill out an application and I would get my manuscript together and I would write out a check and get ready to send it off in the mail. And I would never send it off. I just kept doing that over and over and over again. And then I would take that little packet and I would put it in a drawer because I was like, okay, next year, this is not the right year, next year. And I did that for, I'd say 5, it might have been 6 years. I don't know. So fast forward, we decide, we get married. We moved. Well, we had Trevor came into our home to live. So I'm backing up a little bit. All this was still going on. And in the midst of all that, my nephew, Trevor, came to live with us. And yeah, life just became about kind of helping him and being a mama auntie. And I mean, it had always kind of been about that because I pretty much was in his life in a sort of assistant parenting role since he was born, really. And his mother and I had a really great relationship, and she trusted me and to take care of him and to help him and all the things. So anyway, he came to live with us, so that took up a good bit of my time, energy, and I just didn't really look at it again. Then we moved. We bought a house. We did the thing that they say you're supposed to do after you get married. Buy a house, try to have kids, all the things. Then I had a health scare. Had to have a surgery, and that surgery turned out to be something that was absolutely crazy pants and sent my life kind of spiraling in a really horrible direction because my health went sideways after it. And I just wasn't thinking about an MFA through any of that, honestly. But once I got on the other side of my health thing, I was like, this is the second time. I think I left out one thing. I shared with you all before that I had a really bad car accident, or maybe I didn't. I don't know if I shared that or not here, but I had a really bad car accident. The cop came in and was like, I'm so sorry for y'all's loss. And we were like, we think you got the wrong room. He was like, no, I saw the car. that person can't. He's like, how are you alive? You know, it's a whole thing. And so I count that as kind of like a universe was trying to get my attention kind of moment, but I wasn't really paying attention. And so I didn't see it. Then the surgery happened. And again, that was a wake up call moment where I think the universe was trying to get my attention of like, hey, life is short. You never know. You better do the thing you say you want to do. So I went to my archives and pulled out all of those things that I had, all those submissions that I never sent off. I gathered up my writing and I said to Damon, babe, I think I'm going to try this MFA thing for real this time. And of course, it's Damon. He was like, go for it, babe. I got your back. Now, mind you, at this point, I already had also done, I had done the Masters of Science, but I also had done a, oh, that has plenty on it, I think. I had also done a educational specialist degree, which in all intents and purposes in the educational field is the equivalent of a doctorate, and is considered a terminal degree at in some universities. And so I had done that degree as well in the midst of all this other stuff, in the midst of Trevor moving down, all the things, right? In the midst of getting married. I think I finished that right before we got married, maybe. I don't know. I'm looking on the wall, but that degree is not on this wall. So yeah, the timeline is kind of screwy. But anyway, fast forward. I have this health scare. It shakes me up a little bit of like, yeah, life really is kind of short. I need to get on the ball. I need to do the thing I say I want to do and quit. Like, this is exactly what I would say to the young women I mentor. I would tell them, you know, go for it. Do the thing you say you want to do. I'm like, I have to be able to practice what I preach. So I finally sent off to school. Well, first I said to Damon, here's a map of the United States. Cross out all the places you do not want to live. And I'm going to cross out all the places I don't want to live. And whatever's left over, that's where I'm going to apply for schools. And so we did that. And we both, my top school that I really wanted was Mills College in Oakland. At that point, I had been one time to San Francisco for a conference for teachers. And so I didn't really know Oakland, but I knew that area up there, right? I knew the area and I felt good about the area. And so I sent off to several colleges. I sent off to Mills. I sent off to Goddard College up in, I think, Vermont area maybe is where they are. I sent to several, right? I think I sent to maybe 5 schools. I got the acceptance letter from Mills first. I didn't even open the others. I have no idea if I got accepted to the others or not because Mills was my first choice. So I was like, I don't need to look at the others. I don't need to open anything else. I don't care if the others said yes or not. And then I got a phone call from the professors at Mills. And I was like, are you kidding me? It's like feeling like a rock star called me. They were like, we just want to congratulate you on your acceptance to our program because they only take 10 to 12 at the time. They were only taking 10 to 12 people per cohort, per genre. So it'd be like 10 to 12 poets, 10 to 12 fiction writers, 10 to 12 creative fiction writers. And so, I mean, it just felt, it was surreal. And I was like, okay, but we still kind of have to go and make sure this is the right place. So we did a visit. And when I got off the, when we rode through the gates of Mills, I was like, oh yeah, this is right. This is where I'm supposed to be. I knew instantly. So the MFA program there was 2 years long. And I did an MFA specifically in creative writing and poetry specifically. And my emphasis was on book art. And I actually didn't know much about their book art program before I got there. But when I got there and met with my advisor, And they were like, well, do you have any idea of what you want your sort of focus to, like what you want your focus is poetry, but do you have an idea of what you want to focus your like extra slots for that you have in your schedule? And I was like, I really don't. I don't. And I think he saw that I had like fountain pens and all the journals, and he's like, maybe take a look at the book art department and see if you like anything over there. And so I sat with the little catalog. I looked at all the book art things, and I was like, oh yes, what handbag? What? Okay, this sounds good. So the program was really, I mean, I only have one thing to compare it to. I only went to one MFA program, so I can't say if it was more intense or less intense, but it was more intense than any other degree I had up to that point. And at that point, I had 5. 5 other degrees at that point. It was my 6th degree, and it was the most intense of all the degrees that I had ever done, but in a really beautiful way, in a really like push you to your limits, beyond your limits, what you think your limits are kind of experience. Okay, so while I'm talking, I want to shuffle a few cards and see. Bye, Naomi. Thank you. Yeah, feel free. Ask questions later. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the letter M is for Mills also. Thank you for that, Damon. And so no worries. I love that. So the MFA consisted of, 2 years of coursework and a thesis that you had to write. And for our thesis, I think it was something like 40 poems or more that we had to have, or maybe it was something like 35 to 40 poems. I think there was a lower limit and an upper limit. But it was also intense in that you were, in every class you were taking, you were expected to be cranking out writing, right? To be writing. That's what you were there for, is to write. Okay, let me pull some cards so I can have some direction to go here. I'm just going to shuffle. I shuffled them a little bit already. I'll do a couple more shuffles here. And I'm just going to I'll pull 5 cards and then just work with those 5. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First one, draw something that makes you smile. I can do that. Oh, I can do that. I'm going to use some Payne's glue that I have in this little needle nose bottle to use as my drawing tool. Since my paper is still kind of wet, don't want to bring my markers and stuff out. So 2 years of pretty much daily writing, attending literary events, writing events, being in conversation with writing people, other writers and people doing right. Like it was a whole thing. And it was beautiful and intense, intense and beautiful. I read so many amazing authors and things like, I took classes like, contemporary poets. I took classes that were like, I took a young adult writing class, writing for young adults. Catherine g.r.i.t.s was one of my sort of inspirations and mentors there. She was the person teaching that class, and yeah, it was amazing. And it opened up, like I didn't even think that I would like it. I mean, I had been a part of a workshop that was like writing for children, but it was more about picture books that I thought I was gonna do picture books at one point. So yeah, that class from with Catherine just really opened up my ideas of what type of writing I really wanted to do and what type of writer I wanted to be. So that was you know, that was really something. So yeah, I got to take classes that were just, you know, really pretty, just heavily on the, you know, fiction. We took, actually my MFA is the reason that I started, I read the Twilight series. I don't think I would have read those books on my own. In fact, I know I wouldn't have, because I just, at the time I was like, vampires, yeah, nah, I'm not into that. I don't need to read these books. But it was assigned to us, and for us to read and then be able to, you know, come in and critique and talk about and point out certain things. Like that was the whole point of it. And so I'm going to take this because I like to do a little transfer if I can. So yeah, lots of writing, and lots of prepping you to become, to both live a literary life, to publish, you know, that you were very much encouraged to be trying to submit for publication while you were in grad school. There was a lot of that being, you know, repeat the last card. Okay, draw something that makes you smile. I'm going to do that too. Again, I'm going to use something different this time though. So it was very much, I met some amazing people. I mean, I met people there that are still very much like near and dear to my heart, who, yeah, just really changed the way that I think about writing and thought about myself as a writer. I mean, it's just, yeah, it was fabulous to be in a position where you're basically, sorry, y'all, I'm looking for another tool I can use for drawing. Oh, let's work with this. Where you're basically immersed. It's like baptism, like you're just submerged and immersed in nothing but writing. And I had never experienced anything like that before. We're just always talking about writing, thinking about writing, reading other people's writing, writing your own writing. Like it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. So I'm just going to carry over. I won't be able to see this. This is a water-soluble graphite that will activate with water. Spirals make me smile, so I'm going to draw spirals. Still kind of in the mark making phase of all this. All right, so it was a really beautiful experience. It made me understand the power of being a student of your craft, right? And then the book art department there was run by Kathleen Walkup and Julie Chen, and it was a phenomenal experience to learn and study from those two women who are both in their own right, you know, masters in their areas. Kathleen Walkup with letterpress and printmaking, and Julie Chen with printmaking and bookbinding. And just, I mean, yeah, I feel like I kind of won the lottery when I got accepted to Mills. I'm gonna drink a little water here. Damon said you didn't mention that when you started those Twilight books, you couldn't put them down. That part. I mean, could not. I was like, I would finish one. I didn't think I was going to like them, y'all. I finished the first one and I was like, oh my God, I have to go get the next one. Like in the middle of the night, I'm saying to Damon, first thing in the morning, when we're going to the bookstore and buying the next book. It was kind of insane. And yeah, we only had to read the first one. We were not, you know, told that we had to read all of them, but I was like, oh, I'm reading them all. I have to know what happens, you know. And this was, I think, the only ones that were out at the time were the first and second one. The third one came out, I think, in the middle of the semester, while we were in the middle of that semester. And so I got to read the first three. I still have not read the fourth one. So yeah, I became like obsessed. Like I couldn't sleep. I was dreaming about the characters. I was like, it was crazy. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. And I haven't seen, I saw, what did we do, Damon? We saw the first movie. We definitely haven't, we only saw one of the movies for sure. I know that for a fact. Um, because I am that person, right? And when I found out Forks was real, y'all, I was like, oh my God, we have to take a trip to Forks. Like, I have to go. I know they're there. I believe they really are there. Like, I was like a 14-year-old girl reading a novel that she fell in love with for the first time and really truly forgetting that these people were not real people, you know? In my mind, I was like, I really think they are. And I really think they are vampires living up in Forks, Washington. Let's go there. Like, I had a whole thing. So yeah, the MFA experience, I would not trade it for the world. It actually shaped and the person that you see before you right now. Like, it gave me so much confidence to just go for what I know in terms of my creative expression. It helped me find my voice as a poet. And I like to think in some ways it helped me find my voice as an artist as well. I've been thinking a lot about my journey, right? Because I went there as somebody, like, I instantly became a TA because I already had degrees that said I could teach writing, right? So I instantly became a TA. A lot of those folks that I was in school with were there to become somebody who could go get a job teaching writing. I already had that. And so it was just an interesting experience for me to sit in class with people 20 years my senior, 20 years my, well, let's see. I was, so some of them would have been like 10 to 12 years my junior, and to just learn so much from them. And that's what I mean when I say some people have lived through things that make them wise, and it doesn't matter how old they are. I want to see how this one shows up differently. This is an art graphite stick versus the Lyra one. I just want to see if it behaves a little differently. It's a little darker, I think, actually. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like when it dries. All right, I'm going to go to the next card. And just kind of keep moving these around. So the third card says, add gel medium or modeling paste through a stencil. I can do that. I can do that. Let's see what I have here. A bunch of cracker paste. Oh, here, I have some modeling paste right here. Some golden coarse molding paste. Molding paste, modeling paste. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm like, is it even still good? It is, surprisingly. Let's see. Stencils. Where are you hiding? All right, I have a couple here that I can use. Oh, in fact, I had a stencil out. I don't know what I did with it. Well, I don't know what I did with the stencil that I'm thinking about. Hold on, y'all. You know that moment when you know you had something? Okay, I don't know what I did with it, so I'm going to trust that it's not meant for me to use it right now. And I'm going to pull out a couple that I just have hanging over here. That's one. That's one. And that's one. I can use. So let me grab a palette knife. I'm gonna use this scraper. This little scraper tool works just as well. So, so yeah, that's my MFA story. It really did change my, there's a lot of things that we like to say changed our lives. It really did change my life. I think it changed both our lives because Damon got there and he met his yoga community. We got to really expand and explore what it means to live somewhere that has some of the healthiest food. We made family there. We had family there, people who became like family to us, It was really beautiful. It was a beautiful and amazing experience. And I really got to refine my teaching because I, up to that point, had taught at the college level. In fact, I think I was still teaching online at the college level the first semester that I went there. I was teaching online at a couple of colleges, and pretty quickly, and within that first semester, realized, yeah, I can't, I can't do this. I can't really commit myself to this MFA program if I am also teaching. Just not a good idea. I think I'm gonna do this on a couple of pieces. I'm gonna go back to a piece. I'm gonna go back to this one. I think, I think it's dry enough. It's not completely dry, but it'll just mix with the color here. So yeah, I realized I could not keep that up. I had to let the job go. If I really wanted to commit and, really truly be immersed in my writing. Because the whole point of an MFA is that you're giving yourself 2 years to basically write a book, right? Which is what we all did. Thesis is your book. Many of my cohort went on to get their first books published. Many of them are still very much now publishing and writing books and doing the thing, right? And my manuscript sits right now in a drawer, metaphorically, on a flash drive. It is on a flash drive, literally, but metaphorically, sitting in a drawer, waiting for me to get my act together. Stop being fearful. Put it out there. This might be the year, y'all. This might be the year. We'll see. We will see. All right, so I've done that on 2. I'm going to do it on 1 more. I'm going to find this one that has all that purple on it. I'm going to use a different stencil. Hey, Damon, could you do me a favor? In a few moments here, just come grab these stencils and put them in the sink for me with water, because this modeling paste will make them be really crunchy and sticky if I don't. It'll be hard for me to get it off later. So the whole point of using this kind of stuff is that it's dimensional, so you don't want to scrape too much of it. I'm just naming that. I know most of y'all probably know this, but for the newbies in the room, in case you don't know that, it looks like I'm scraping really hard, but I'm not. I'm just, because I want to leave enough of it so that it has a raised texture when it dries. And depending on the type of modeling paste you're using, it can take forever to dry. And where you live and all the other factors. Thanks, babe. You stick those 2 just in the, you can even rinse them off if you feel compelled. Thank you. All right, we got a couple more cards to get through, so let's do that. All right, so that's my MFA experience. It was amazing. So much so that my class nominated and voted for me to give our graduation speech, to deliver the commencement speech for the graduate students. And I mean, to me, you know, praise from your teachers and praise from the people who are like above you is wonderful and awesome. But to me, praise for those who sat next to me every single day for 2 years, that was a big deal. That felt like a big deal to me. And it was a huge honor. It was a huge honor. So, and if you're curious, there is a video on YouTube of me giving the graduation speech. If you type in Kiala Givehand, if you do in the search bar, Kiala Givehand, Mills College graduation, you'll probably find it. I think I have a playlist that's something like videos of me from others that you also can find it through there. So yeah, that was my MFA experience. I would not change it for the world. It was absolutely magical. In fact, there are moments when I'm like, oh, can I just be back in that world? Can I just be back in that life? So good. All right, let's do these last 2 cards. Add a 3D element. Think of embellishments that are raised off the surface, like puffy stickers or paint, button, string, chipboard, clay pieces, etc. I'm going to save this one for last, actually. Add a photo using a transfer technique, washi tape, glue, stick, gel, medium, or double-sided tape. I love it. Let's see. I don't have any photographs handy. I'm going to give myself permission to put this one back because I don't really have photos handy. So I'm just going to take the next card off the top. Oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to repeat the last 3. Draw something that makes you smile. Come on, give me something new. Okay, I can do that. Start with several drops of watery paint using a straw. Blow the paint in different directions. Easy peasy, good and breezy. Let's do it. I'm going to bring in the Payne's Gray. And, oh, someone in my community yesterday during our creating chat had a airbrush tool that she uses to move paint around. I was like, oh, I need one of those, don't I? So I have some paper straws here that I'm going to use. All right. Moony things. What kind of Moony things can I speak about today? So I talked about lunar letters a little bit yesterday. I'm going to put a drop of water on this. But what I will say is, I said 1 drop, but as I tend to do, I'm actually going to also put under here and kind of use it as a shield for when I start blowing this stuff around. I love doing that. It's so fun. I'm going to flip this around so I can go in this direction too. Multiple directions. I really love blowing it off the paper, if you can't tell. That feels awesome to me. I could do this all day. Or maybe not, because I can feel my breath going. All right, that feels good. I love it. It's one of my favorite techniques, and I don't do it enough. I don't do it enough. That's awesome. Okay. And for this, why don't we go ahead and very nice. Very, very nice. All right. Did I get 6 cards? Is that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I have a 6th card? Did I say I was pulling 5 or 6, y'all? Don't remember. Okay, so I'm going to stop there and just show you what I do next to finish off. I'm going to go ahead and let's make these into a little journal. Why don't we? I won't maybe finish the journal, but I'm going to show you what I like to do. So then I don't want a journal this big, so I'm going to tear them down. Where's the ruler I'm looking for? There you are, way on the other side. All right, Moony things. I was talking about Moony things. All right, the ones that are still wet, I'm not going to try to tear those down. We'll just work the ones that are mostly dry. Yeah, I talked about lunar letters a little bit, but here's what I want to say. And I talked a little bit about the moon and all the things, but I think what I'll say most is the work that I do when I'm teaching about the moon. For me, the moon is a tool to pay attention to for our emotional wellness, but also for our day. The moon governs our day-to-day movements, like the way that we move through our daily lives, because the moon is moving. It's not a. It's hold on. I'm trying to find dry pieces here. Okay, these two are also dry. So the moon is governing our emotional well-being, but it also governs our drive, our motivations. It has a lot to do, or can have a lot to do, with our relationship with our mothers, even like where our moon sign is in our charts. So I find it interesting that we all learn about and know what our right sun sign is, but a lot of people don't know what their moon sign is, and those two things work hand in hand. You know, our moon sign is our emotional. It's our emotional wellness. It's our. I like this size, so I'm going to stay with that and just start folding and creasing. So it is, for me, it's manifestation. It is. Because I want these to all be the same size, I got to go to the tab. So I like to leave the tabs on, but I also honor them as tabs. I leave them as tabs. So if I want these pieces to be the same size, I have to remember that the tabs create an extra length. So I'm not going to fold to the tab. I'm going to fold and leave the tab visible and exposed. So I work with the moon and teach about the moon and try to get others to think about the moon and work with the moon, because it really does, it really can give us a, let me see how far I need to. Just want to make sure I don't overfold this. Nope, that looks right. Yeah, it can help us with manifesting our deepest desires and dreams. I like to look at what sign the moon is in. Damon, when the moon is in his sun sign, he does a fast, right? So we work with the moon in a lot of different ways. The moon for me is also about my own personal, what's the word I want to use? My personal sort of temperature check. Like I can look at where the moon is, the sign it's in each day, and I actually can know what my energy, what's going to serve me best that day. Like when the moon is in a cardinal sign, like Aries or Capricorn or Libra, I'm always like, oh, this is a good time for me to start something, right? But then I look, oh, if it's Capricorn, this is about me starting something that helps with my systems and my structures in my life, right? Something that's very earthy, grounded, linear. If it's Aries, it's definitely all about my creativity. It's about that initiating fiery spark of inspiration in me. It's right. So I pay attention to that because I think if we can tune in and get attuned to the moon, man, I think it does wonders. It can do wonders for our lives and how we, how we move through the world. And so that's why it's such a big part of the work that I do. Sorry, I like to kind of alternate and not have all the same tabs going in the same direction. So yeah, the moon, it goes through phases, just like we go through phases. I think when we honor it and we can look at, oh, that's going to be nice. Look at that little stack. Isn't that yummy? Ah, yummy. Okay, I'm impatient. I want these to dry, so I'm going to hit it with the heat tool a little bit here. I don't know how loud this is going to be for you all. I hope it's not too loud. In fact, let me mute myself and do a little drying, and then I'll come back and finish showing you what I'm going to do with these and talking a little more about my own stuff. My goodness, y'all. I'm just talking. Thank you, Damon. He had to come in the room and say, I think you're on mute. I'm just talking. Okay, let me see if I can remember what I said. I said, that's hilarious that I'm just rambling on. Okay, I said the other reason paying attention to the moon is important is because if you ask anybody who has ever grown a garden, who is currently growing a garden, I'm going to put a little glue stick on this because it's going to drive me crazy that it's sticking up so much. So anybody who's grown a garden or is currently growing a garden, I mean, a farmer's almanac is basically a manual for how to grow things based on what the moon is doing. I mean, that's basically what it is, right? So I have a poem actually that I wrote about my grandma. And I said her Bible and her almanac, that's how she knew about systems and cycles and systems. She paid attention. She carried that Bible and that almanac like they were one book. She didn't. I don't know that she saw them as separate books. But it's because she grew a garden. She had a garden and she planted things and she paid attention to the cycle of the moon and what it was doing. Right? As women, we are tied to the moon. Like the moon's cycle is our cycle. Like we are on the same cycle with the moon. Like, come on. It's right there in front of you. So for me, the moon is bigger than just, oh, it's a light bulb up in the sky. It's much bigger than that. All right, so I'm going to just see how many of these I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'm going to end up with 22 of them. That feels like I'm missing one somewhere. Because shouldn't I have 24? I started out with 6. They each got broken down to 2. That gave me 12. Each of those 12 became 2. That should be 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16, 17 and 18. This will be 19 and 20. Oh, there must have only been 5 in that packet. I thought there were 6. I probably used one. Okay, because I'm like, am I crazy? I'm looking around. I don't see an extra one. Yeah, okay. I probably didn't start with 6. I didn't count them ahead of time. All right, so my plan here, I'm just going to look at what I've got. Pick out some of my faves. I really am loving the ones that have the green and sort of red earth on them. I'm going to turn that one inside out because I like the outside better. All these ones with my straw blowing technique. I think I want those to be my outside. So as I wrap up for today, I think I'm going to talk about the Mighty Network and the Mystery School because they're one and the same. And I'm looking at time. Ooh, y'all, we've been here almost 3 hours. Is that crazy? But here's what I know. If I don't bind this book right now, it's probably not going to happen. So here's what I'm going to do. I like to put mine out. I'm going to do signatures. So I kind of like to put my signatures out in front of me. I think I'm going to do 3 signatures. And so once I have decided like how many signatures I'm going to have, then I'll do, I'll just kind of divvy these up based on that. So the Mighty Network is the platform that I use to host my online community. And I also have a teachable school that I really only use that for payments, for people to make payments for classes, because I have found it easier than taking payments through Mighty Network. But that's also because I just haven't, I don't have the time and energy. I guess I do have the time and energy as I sit here on a 3-hour stream. But maybe a better way is I don't have the desire. I don't have the desire to figure it out right now. So I just give myself permission to use my teachable school as my payment processor. I think I want to do that. So I do give a little bit of thought to how I'm organizing them, but I also am trying to get even numbers into the to each of these. So I'm being aware of that as well. We got 2 more here. I think I want to put that in there. And let's do this one in the last set. Okay. Then what I like to do when I'm doing painted pages is I like to look at what's going to be my center fold for each signature and decide if there's one I like better. I think I like that as my center. All right, so that's one signature done. So the Mighty Network is just, it's like a platform like anything else, y'all, but Damon and I are building a mystery school over there. And I know that might sound super woo-woo for some of you. Let's make this my center. And it is. I mean, I'm woo-woo. Did you just meet me? Hello, my name is Kiala. I am woo skeptic in the best ways. But it's a mystery school for us. It's really about mystery, history being his story, mystery being my story. And so it's really a school designed as we move forward. This is our first sort of transition year. So because I have another one that has the spirals in the center, I'm going to do something different for this center. So our goal with the mystery school is to really create something that allows people to dive into who they are at their core. Everything from writing classes to the flow motion yoga. Let's just put it in the center. The flow motion meditation yoga class that Damon does, to some of the chanting classes he'll be doing going forward. Everything is going to be in service of helping people really manifest the life that they want. I'm going to go ahead and fold these, even though there's a lot telling me I probably should not do that. I'm going to not be obedient. I'm just going to do it. Go for it. Worry about the consequences later. It's just art. It's not brain surgery. So the mystery school is really that. It's about helping people step into their story, step into your lived experience, whether you're doing that through art, through creativity, through tarot, through astrology, through human design, through yoga, through meditation, through poetry, through memoirs and creative writing, through soul collage. Why is this one taking so much longer to dry? I can't worry about it. We're just going to do it. Let's go for it. Regardless to how you find us, how you come through those doors. Maybe you meet us at a in-person Sacred Makers retreat. which, by the way, y'all, registration is getting to that point where we're starting to slow down and move towards closing registration. So if you're thinking about coming up to New Hampshire with us, please get yourself over there, sacredmakers.com. Get yourself over there and get registered so that you can get the class you want with the teacher you want to learn from. And I've been thinking about maybe even adding a Saturday afternoon workshop of writing for writers, for folks who want to explore writing about your creativity. But that's not set in stone yet. We'll see if I can make that work, because I don't want to interfere with some of the other stuff we have going on, usually on Saturdays. So, but we'll see. I might be able to have like a little evening writers group or something. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I'm bringing writing to that lake. It is important. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to dry these just a little bit to help put my mind at ease about how wet they still are. Give me a second. I'm going to mute, and I'll remember to unmute this time. All right, I'm back this time. Hi, Tina. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. So just in time to talk about flow motion. Yes, Tina's one of our tried and true flow motion practitioners. Okay, so maybe I can get a fourth one out of this, y'all, now that I see how many I have left. Oh, gosh, there I go. All right, let's see. I'm going to take one out of each of these and put in one that has the, what are these? The modeling paste in it, and just see where that gets me. All right, take one out and put one in. So yeah, Mystery School is going to be all about helping people step into their full power, their sovereignty, to unravel, uncover, and deepen your personal story. Oh, this one was one that was short one anyway, wasn't it? All right, this should make a good. Y'all, sorry, I'm being extra careful about which ones I want to use. This one's going to have a lot of modeling paste ones inside. All right, so one, I already know this is going to be this is my front. Do that, and that. All right, so I ended up with 4 signatures. That is a right chunky book there, don't you think? I'm loving how that looks from the outside. Okay. As I finish up here, I'm not going to make y'all sit and watch me make a journal. Unless, of course, you just want to stay and watch me make a journal. Damon, am I supposed to be somewhere right now? Can you double check the calendar and make sure I'm not supposed to be somewhere right now? Other than right here where I am? I don't think so. I think today was one of our off Saturdays. Okay, yummy. I need to take a little sip of water, y'all. So everything we do in Life Alchemy Academy, which is my Mighty Network community, our Mighty Network community, everything we do there is in service of helping people know themselves better on a deeper level, helping them decide if they are living a life that keeps them sustainably happy, or if there are things they need to change and shift. And if there are things they need to change and shift, we are providing tools and avenues for doing that. Creativity, journaling, flow motion meditation, yoga, chanting, sound healing, the whole framework of the radical intentions, tarot, astrology, human design, working with crystals, developing your intuitive and psychic abilities, like your connection to spirit and divine. All of this is a part of our work. Living a natural life, being more healthy, wealthy, and wise. All the things. All right, let me I'm going to make a little sewing template. I'm going to make the same height as my signatures. And I don't really care the width of it so much. I don't want it to be the same width as my pages though. I'm going to switch this out. I'm going to fold that in half. So I do a thing where I take a piece of paper, same height of my signatures, fold it in half, long edge to long edge, then I fold it in half, short edge to short edge. Because that's going to give me my center point. And then I take each short edge and fold to the center, because that's going to give me the halfway mark between my center mark and the top and my center mark and the bottom. So some of you have been in classes with me on Teachable, and I have been making a slow migration of all courses over to Mighty Network. And how do I want to bind this? In doing that, classes are being archived. I'm getting rid of some old classes. I'm not bringing everything over because I need to make space for new things that I'm excited about in this season of my life. Just making those points. And I'm going to do one more top and bottom to get me my bottom stitch, or the bottom hole. So some of you who are in the Artsy Marathon or any of my writing classes, PPP, all those things. 1, 2, 3, 4. That gives me 5 sewing stations. I could do a French link. or I could do a long stitch. I'm just thinking about which one I want to do here. Okay, thank you for nothing in the calendar. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and poke holes. Yeah, I feel like there's not really a lot for me to say about the mystery school other than this is the transition year where I'm transitioning all of my classes and everything. And the goal, though, is that Damon and I won't be the only people teaching in the mystery school, that we will bring in other talented teachers and people who we know, love, and trust, and that we know will treat our community with respect and love, and will nurture and will see themselves as a part of the Life Alchemy family. Like, that's really important to us, that our teachers see themselves as a part of this vision, not just as a one-off kind of situation, you know? Hey, dropping things. So we are bringing, so you've heard me talk about Kristen Radin a lot. I've said a lot about Kristen, and she's currently this year, she's teaching Life as a Living Oracle, and she helps me with the Debt Creators Mastermind that we do. She also is the community manager for the Soul Seeds Soul Collage community that we have inside the network. All right, not liking that green back to back, so I'm going to switch the order of those. I like that better. Okay. Now I need needle and thread, and an awl to poke holes. I never have the awl up here that I actually want. What is that about? I'm going to use that one. Even though it's like my least favorite, I'm going to use it. Needle. Let's pick some thread. Yellow would be an interesting one to play with. This would also be pretty good. Let's go with yellow. Yellow feels a little unexpected, but still goes with the theme I got happening here with the earth tones. It's not too bright. It's bright, but it's not too bright. I've got 4 signatures. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because I'm weird, and a little extra. I always do more than I think I'm gonna need, because listen, I don't like running out of thread. I don't like having to rethread and extra thread and all that. I'm gonna go ahead and thread my needle so I don't lose it on the table. The thing I like, so let me speak about Mighty Network from a business standpoint as well. I got to remember what my front is. All right, this is the front. This is the first one. First signature. All right, let's establish the top. So I can put it in the same way every time. From a business standpoint, for those of you running businesses, running memberships, that kind of thing, if you are looking for a platform to host your membership and all that, I mean, there's lots of them out there. Don't get me wrong. I've tried 90% of them. Unless they are new and made within the last year or so, I probably tried it. And I went with Mighty Network for several reasons. One, it's woman owned. Two, I like a platform that allows people who are taking multiple classes from me to be able to see everything when they log in. I don't want you to have to log into multiple links, multiple places. One link brings you right into the network, and you have access to everything that you've purchased and or signed up for. And I like that. Oh, this is going to be fun, trying to see these holes through all this paint. And it's going to be fun. But that's what eyes are for. So we're going to hope that my eyes can do it. So I am using, instead of putting a T on the top of my pages, where I have my clips are going to act as my top for me. So I think it's always important to kind of designate what the top is, so you keep things in order, because you know, gives you the best chance of getting everything in the right location and keeping everything nice and lined up. So yeah, if you listen, this is not me being like, go sign up for Mighty Network if you're gonna, you know, use the thing that feels good and right for you. But their customer service is impeccable. I am probably their problem child. I have 1,000 questions a week. Where I'm like, hey, can I make it do this? Can I do this with it? Can I do that? Can I do this? Some people like to describe Mighty Network as like your own personal Facebook. And I said that to a student once. She was like, you know, I don't really like signing up for communities and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, hey, I get it. She was like, I don't want to be on Facebook. I said, oh yeah, I'm not on Facebook. I have a Mighty Network, and it's like basically like my own Facebook. And she was like, why would I want to be on something that's like Facebook? And I was like, no, you're not hearing me. It's not like Facebook. So that might not be the best way to describe it to people, but I describe it as that because so many people know what Facebook is, and but there are no ads. There's no, like, people come into your community and they just get you and the things that they've signed up for with you. You know what I mean? There's no ads. There's no extra. There's nothing where somebody's trying to sell you extra things. So yeah, Mighty Network, it is, it has a lot of power, a lot of capabilities. I'm probably using 56% of what it can actually do. But I don't know that I need all the big bells and whistles that it has available. I just use what I need. And I need it to have a space for me to put my content, a place for people to be able to be in conversation and community with each other. I'm going to reorient this clip so it is at the top. And so I don't use all the things that it does, but it does a lot of things. And I still love Teachable. Don't get me wrong. I still love Teachable, but Teachable did not have a community like discussion area that I liked. And I need a place that has both. So I just use Mighty Network to process payments right now. I think eventually I probably will stop doing that too. But for now, I still run some of my course payments through the Teachable. Why is this having such a hard time getting through? Good gracious. All right, this is going to be interesting because some of these holes are being weird. And just seeing where they are is also weird. All right. Whew, that felt like a workout. That That felt like a little workout. I'm debating if I want to do. We'll see. All right. I'm going to start from the outside in. I got 5 holes. I'm starting from the outside in of the bottom signature. I'm going to do a running stitch, which is just in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm going to leave a substantial tail there so I don't lose the tail. I'm also going to move things around off my desk because if there are things on this table, sorry for the bumping, the thread will catch it. I don't care where you, how, it just will. That's what it does. So I'm just going to move things to make my life a little bit easier. Just a tiny bit. As much as I can. Out of the way. Okay, I think that's a good amount of stuff out of the way. All right, running stitch in and out. Since it's the first signature, there's nothing to attach it to yet. There are many days when I think about my journey as a business owner. And I'm like, oh, shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, you know what I should have done here? Let me think about this, y'all. I think I need one more hole for what I want to do. Yeah, I need one more hole in each of these for what I want to do. So let me back that up. All right, I'm going to look here. Hey, Roseanne, we are still live. Hi there. We've been live for a while. I'm going on and on. Actually, I'm making a journal at this point. And I just realized I made a little mistake. Not a mistake, but for what I want to do, I should add a hole. Or I need to change what I want to do. Which one do I want to do? Give me a second to think about it. Let's see. I want to add a hole. I think I do want to add a hole, but I got to think about where that hole is going to be because it's going to be thrown off symmetrically. Nope, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to skip the middle hole to just do what I want to do here. In fact, let me go ahead and get my fabric together because I want to do a little fabric strip. Oh, let's think about it. Why is nothing ever where I want it to be when I need it to be there? I think I'm going to go with something kind of plain Jane since I got a lot going on my cover as it is. All right. beauty of the change up. All right, so I'm just going to measure my piece of my strips based on the spacing where they're going to fit between. They're going to fit between these two. So go in this direction so I have more than I need. Gonna cut that in half. And that's probably all that I need for what I'm doing. This is not the best piece of fabric for this because it's so stringy. And I could sit here literally and unravel the whole thing just by pulling these strings. I'm going to refrain from doing that. But I am going to get rid of the ones that are kind of obvious. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program here. Yay, Deetra, glad you're here. What? You were rebuilding an axle? Come on. I love you. Hugs and high fives. Yes. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I can't believe I'm still live either. I've been going for 3 hours. I told y'all I could talk. All right, so I think I've said all I want to say about Mighty Network. I don't know that there's more to say. Mystery School, just stay tuned. Stay tuned. Back in the day, mystery schools were like very, very much about the occult. At least that's how they were. That's how they're talked about nowadays. But I don't know if it was as occulty as they want us to believe it was. I think it was what I'm saying. What people were trying to understand the universe better and understand themselves through the universe. So I'm coming in that top hole from the outside in, so I can leave a little tail for myself. I'm leaving a pretty substantial tail on purpose. And then I'm going to make a running stitch. Dang it. I'm sorry. I'm second guessing myself because I think, nope. I'm going to come from the inside out. I'm coming from the inside out. Troubleshooting in real time. All right, now I'm doing a running stitch. I'm just going to go in and out, and I'm skipping that middle hole. There's just going to be a hole in the middle because I did too many holes. Well, I wasn't really sure which stitch I wanted to do, so I made more holes than I need. This is the downside to having a lot of string, is you make yourself susceptible to knots. All right, so I'm going to be doing a crazy double thing here, but before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and thread kind of get my fabric going underneath these before I go too tight on there. I'm going to do that on both sides. I'm just going to pull that thread kind of tight there. And then to bring in my second signature, I'm going to be a weirdo and do inside and I'm going to bring this on top. Line it up. Take the clips off. off the clips and just get them all lined up together. And I'm going to come in the same hole in the other signature. Oh, this is going to be so much fun here with all this, doing this. I got to get myself organized. Dun, dun, dun. All right, that's better. Maybe. We'll see. I'm going to have to go very slow and pay attention to what I'm doing. If I don't. All right, I'm going to fold that over. Because when I come out of this hole, oh, you know what I'm going to do? Okay. Y'all probably don't want to hear about what I'm going to do. I'm just going to. Hold on, y'all. I'm going backwards. Let me start over. Yes, I'm going backwards. Why are you going backwards, Givehand? No, I'm not. I'm just being a weirdo. Somewhere in the middle. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start over again because I am making life harder for myself, and I don't need that for 4 signatures. I don't need harder life for 4 signatures. So let me weirdly undo what I have done and start over. So as I was saying, when you go and read about mystery schools from the past, you often will see things about witchcraft and magic and yeah, I'm all about the magic because magic isn't as scary as they want you to believe magic is. All right. Can she do it for real this time? Oh. Threading the needle. Gotta love it. Bringing my strips over. I'm all out of sorts on what's first, what's last. I'm going to make this one first. And I'm going to do this weird thing where I just do one side at a time, I think. I think that's going to make life better for me. Okay, so from the inside out, I'm going to put my little strip in there and go across it. All right, and then I'm going to clip this fabric so that I don't have to keep fiddling with it every time. Also, it's way long, but I'm going to leave that for now. But I am going to clip it. So that it stays out of my way for a minute. All right, so I'm going to do a binding where you just stay on one side of the binding at a time. So I'm going to go ahead on the inside of this and tie this off. Make myself a little knot here. Lovely. Okay. Now I can be a human again. All right, I'm going to come out that same hole that I just came in. And bring in my next journal, or my next signature. And I like to go ahead and clip them together. I'm going to change clips here so I don't have to keep doing that every time. Just use my paper clip. All right, so my second signature is lined up. And I'm going to go in to the hole that matches where the needle is already waiting. Come on, baby. Come out the other side. And then I'm going to go across. I'm kind of making a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Get it there. Try not to split my thread, but I'm noticing. There we go. So this might be a good time for anybody who's still here, if anybody is actually still here. This might be a great time to ask me any questions if you have them about any of the things I've talked about up to this point. Oh yeah, I'm digging that. Okay, much better. So I'm going to do all of this side, then I'm going to come back and do this side so that so I'm not doing a bunch of back and forthness. Let's bring this one on. I think I'm going to get to the point where I need a thicker clip. I'm going to go inside the new hole, the new signature. Ooh, I hate when I do that. Oh well, just gonna have to eat it. Gonna have to deal with that. Coming out. Going across my fabric and back in. Pulling it nice and taut. Coming out again. And bringing my next and last signature. onto the top. And again, I want to make sure. I'm probably going to have to change clips at this point for something bigger. Are you sewing into the strip of fabric? No, I'm sewing around it. Great question. I'm sewing around it. So I'm going in to the same place where the needle was hanging out. Back out. The fabric is really like a reinforcer kind of thing. Just for reinforcements. So I'm going around it. I have to kind of move it out of the way so I can see my holes. I have no idea where that needle just went. Let's try to get into the actual sewing signature. I hate when I can't get to my holes. Come on. There we go. All right, now I have a choice here. Let me look. All right, so right now, yep. All right, so I'm going to go back and do what I like to call a joining stitch. So I'm going to go out of this hole. Join these two together with this hole by going into that hole. Just have to find your centers when you do a joining hole. And keep everything together. So I'm joining those two. This side is making it hard because that side's not stitched yet, so it's being weird. Come out of this one. And into this one to join these two. Out of this one. And notice I'm not going back across. I mean, you could, but I think that defeats the whole point of the joining stitch. And then I'm going to join this one to this. And I could have waited. I didn't know I was going to do a joining stitch. I made that decision at the end here, but I could have waited and done my tie off at this point. But I am going to tie that off here. And free this. So that I can do the second side. I'm going to clip this to this so I don't have to keep fiddling with that for now. So I'm going to do the same thing. Eventually I'm going to pull this tight and glue it down.
but I want to do my other stitch first. In fact, I think I'm going to do a joining stitch here first. Now it's going to be weird, but I'm going to do a running stitch where I just go in and out, in and out, in and out until I get back to the beginning. So in. That's just because I don't like this. This is not a thing I would recommend doing. But because I have that hole that's just there, it's going to bug the bejesus out of me if I don't put some thread in it. Oh my God, Kyla, come on. This is why I don't like doing things live, because this is what happens. Let me go where I'm supposed to go. Let me go to putting my fabric on. And I'll deal with that hole in the middle later. I'll deal with it later. Let's do this. All right, in and out. In and out of the first signature. See, I told you it catches on everything it possibly can. You gotta love it. Oh my God, y'all. Yeah, it's the end. This is the end of the stream, because you can tell I'm making mistakes. I'm getting discombobulated. Things are all over the place. We just keep going. We just keep going. Success. All right. Let me come back out this hole. Y'all, if I make one more mistake today, I'm going to scream. This is what people say when they say don't split the thread. Try not to split the thread. This is exactly what you get when you split the thread. And you have to pull it out. Well, I have to pull it out. I can't live with a split thread. It makes me an unhappy camper. Are you sewing the strip? I answered that one. What is this called? What do you mean? The name of this structure? The name of this stitch? Which one are you asking about? Tell me. I think you're asking probably about the stitch. But I'm going to hold until I see your response. If you're still here, Deidre. Get in there, needle. Y'all, I promise you, if I pull this needle out one more time. Ooh, baby. You would think I never bound a book before. Like, my goodness. This is, all right. Okay. That looks something like what I want it to do. There we go. All right. Let's try not to split the thread. I keep splitting this thread. Okay, I'm gonna be done for today, y'all, because I can't. This is driving me insane. Like, I have not split the thread this much since my first year as a bookbinder. Like, this cannot be. Whew. Also, the Capricorn in me is like, you're not gonna give up, girl. You're gonna finish this book today. I didn't see another confirmation of what you're asking there, Deidre. All right. Let's try one more time to go through here without splitting this thread. Goodness gracious. She did it, people. She did it. All right, joining stitch. Into the next signature. Out. And over the fabric into the next one. At this point, if I split thread, it's going to stay split. I'm not going back. I'm in it to win it at this point. Not going back. Joining stitch. And out. Y'all, I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink wine or beer or any kind of liquor. But if I was a drinking person, this right here, the needle splitting the thread multiple times, pulling out multiple, that would drive me to drink. It would totally drive me to drink. Oh my gosh, speaking of drinking, Damon. I have a kombucha in the freezer. Oh my gosh, it's been in the freezer for hours. It's probably not only super frozen, it probably has burst in the freezer. Oh my gosh. See? This is why. He said it must be so frozen. Yeah, probably. Listen, you know you have to be the responsible adult in this house. Okay, what is the name of this type of binding with the strips of fabric? So anytime you bind with either strips of fabric, traditionally in bookbinding, it's done with what we call binding tape. It's called sewing on tapes. But you can use fabric as your quote-unquote tape. Some people use cords. They call it sewing on cords. But it is... you're basically sewing, you're using the fabric as a reinforcement tool. And it's used when you have a binding you want to do that is maybe binding multiple signatures, but you don't want to use like a French link or a kettle stitch, because a kettle stitch is also a reinforcement stitch, right? It's just reinforcing the connection between each signature. So when you sew on tapes, or in this instance, I'm using fabric as my quote unquote tapes. That's what you're using them for. So you could also use paper. But I like, if I'm going to do this with paper, it has to be like, you could do it with craft text. It would make the book kind of stiff. To me, using fabric still gives it that flexibility you want your books to have, to open, to bend, all the things. Oh my gosh, can you please find the right hole? I'll just turn this around so I can see what I'm doing. Trying to do my joining hole. A much easier stitch for me to have done today would definitely have been, oh my gosh, where are you? Would definitely have been the French link, but I didn't want to take the easy route apparently. Apparently I'm feeling like I want to complicate things today. Also, apparently this hole does not want to be found. There we go. Gosh gracious. Graciousness. I have a friend who's always like, I don't want to do bookbinding. I don't have the patience for it. I'm like, it doesn't take that much patience. Today I'm eating those words. Today I'm like, oh, nobody got time for all of this. But also, I've never met a book that I allowed to stump me. Never, never, never. I actually really love, I think I showed some books on F Day, French Link Day. Well, not French Link Day, but the day I talked about French Link journals. All right, let me secure this so I don't have to keep fooling with it, flopping about. I'm going to do my joining stitches, and this bitty will be done. I have to keep remembering that my tops aren't even. I have to make sure everything is going to the spine edge because the tops are not even. Okay, so doing my joining stitches. And again, this is just reinforcement. I could be done, but I like a joining stitch, so I'm going to join them. Am I splitting the thread there? I think I am. Let's see. It's going to be okay though. I'm not going to stop. If I am splitting, it's just going to be split today, y'all. I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping to check. And last but not least, joining this one. Whenever you bind on tapes or fabric or cord, whatever you're using, there is also, what it also does, in my opinion, is it also gives you, it creates this flexibility between the two signatures that allows you to expand the book more. Like if you want to add dimensional elements or you want to stuff it full of stuff, like we tend to do as mixed media artists. Damon, was it frozen? He says, yes, frozen, obviously, but did not burst. I'll take that as a win. Me too. Thanks, babe. I was like so stoked to get it really cold and frozen and to drink it during this live stream, and I totally forgot it was in there. Crazy pants. All right, friends. Let's finish this off by cutting these strips down a bit. I don't need them to be this long. I think I'm going to go about there. Put a little tacky glue on it. I'm an overgluer. Hi, my name is Kiala, and I am an overgluer. I will use way too much glue for everything. Overgluer, over taper. So I like to lay one down, and then the other side of that same one, I'm not pulling too tight, but I am tugging gently. I'm doing a gentle tug. I kind of like the idea of letting this one go longer over there. Why not? Let's live on the edge. Let's live dangerously. And I'll do the same thing for this top piece. That's hanging a little too far over the edge, so I'm just going to clip that one back a little. Beautiful. And for this one, I'm going to pull it and just make sure. I'm just doing a light tug. I don't want it to be too tight. I still want my book to open. And I'm going to try to get that about where the other one is. Notice I said about, not measuring. You could totally measure. Totally. So I like sewing on fabric on tapes, like having that come across. I don't know. I feel like it gives it this really interesting look. And it oddly enough, it adds a certain bounciness. I don't know if I'm even using the right term there, but oh, I thought that was glue. That's gesso from earlier. All right. We have a journal. We've got a journal with lots of pages waiting to be filled with things. I got a good start here. I like this start. I love that very much. You can see where the tapes are peeking through. The little fabric is peeking through there. Y'all, thank you for spending time with me today. This was great fun. It's been a while since I made a book using this sort of using manila folders in this way. It's been a while since I've done it. So that felt really good. For those of you who might be just joining here live, Also, I love manila folders when you use a manila folder, it creates this I can't believe I've been on this thing for 4 hours. The feel of it when it's painty and got all the gesso on it, like it's just can't describe it. It's really awesome. It's really awesome. So I'm just going through and kind of smoothing out my pages and also just admiring pages. I love how my little stencil that I used looks like half moon, like it's got almost like the moon phases, especially where I didn't get all the way through. Looks like the little moon phases, doesn't it? And today's M, and we were talking about the moon. Can't make it up. You can't make it up. This is yummy. This is going to give me lots of pages to do things with. I'm sitting here like, oh my God, so many blank pages to do stuff with, which is a good problem. And also like, oh my gosh. I love how chunky this is though. I'm feeling it. I'm here for the chunky journal. Love it. Okay, the other thing sewing on tapes does is it lets your book lie flat. It helps you have a book that lies flat, especially where the signatures join together. But it's meant to also be a flat lay. So, what am I gonna do with this hole, y'all? I might just do something like that for decorative purposes. What do you think? Damon said this was a book in a day, making an appearance after a time. Good stuff. Yeah, babe, look at you. You are so right. So I don't want any, if I do this, let me think about it. Let me think about it, y'all. If I do this, let me clip this together so I can see what I'm doing here. Oh, come on. All right, if I do this to cover up my holes there, I can't put glue on my spine because it'll be weird. But I could just do that. All right, I'm doing it. I'm going in. I'm going in. But before I do it, I gotta jizz it up a little bit. Okay, let's not use wet paint. Let's do a paint marker situation. I just want to have a little something on it so it's not just so plain. I probably will end up decorating the others as well now that I'm doing this one. Last thing I wanted to say about Moony stuff, y'all, I didn't get to say, is there's some really great apps out there that you can use. One of my favorites is iLuna, and it's only for iPhone people, iOS people. So if you don't have an iOS, please don't be upset with me that you can't find it. Love you, mean it. But it's a really great app. Super helpful if you want to track what the moon is doing, what sign it's in, and all that jazz. All right, we're going in. We're going in with the fabric over the thing. Hi, Suzanne. Maybe a strap would be good there. So you put a cover on it or leave it as is. Yeah, I'm actually going to leave it as is, but you could put a cover, right? You could totally, I'm just going to go ahead and get the glue on this. You could totally put a cover on it, especially if you wanted to do like a hard cover. If you wanted to put, something to give it hard, but I like the squishiness of this journal. So I'm going to leave it just like it is. Now, why did I do that, y'all? See, I'm being hard-headed, not following my own rules. I literally just said, don't put glue on the spine part. And I'm breaking my own rules. So don't do what I do. I put glue on the whole thing. And I should have waited and put the glue on the journal. But I was being a fassy. But because this glue is called tacky glue and it dries really fast, I'm okay. It'll be fine. It's going to be fine. It'll just dry in the way it's supposed to dry. I'm going to put a little extra here. And we're calling this baby done. Can you kindly repeat the name of the moon app? Yes, iLuna. Damon, would you type it in? Lowercase I, L-U-N-A. All right. I feel good about it. I love this journal already. Don't listen. I'm not a singer. Not a singer. Feeling the need to bring some detail to this, almost to make it look like I stitched it on. But y'all were here in person. You know I didn't. You know I didn't stitch it on. Let's do a little faux stitching. Love it. Got to do it on the back too, I guess. Listen, if y'all let me, I will hang out all day. No, I won't. I got to go eat. I got to drink some water. So I am going to actually close out for today and say a huge thank you to those that stopped by, dropped by, stayed, and spent some time with me today. This was fun. I will not be doing another 4-hour live stream. This is absolutely insanity. Thank you. Glitter Girl said I put a bunch of flower stencils in between all pages, so now it's stencil storage book. Ooh, love it. Love it. All right, I'm going to keep playing with it. I usually like to put, I can still feel some wetness on it too. As a finishing touch to most of my journals, I like to put some sort of like title or write something on it so I know, but I don't have a name for this in this moment. I do know though that this has been really fun to play today and do this. So thank you all for spending time with me. Thank you for joining me for this journey today. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. If you can stop by, swing through. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking about, what do I have on the list for tomorrow? Numerology, natal charts. In fact, I put a link inside of the, I guess it's the scheduled event for tomorrow. I put 2 links. If you want to go grab your natal chart, you do need your birth data, which means you need your time of birth also. And then that way, when I'm talking about natal charts tomorrow, you can look at yours and see what I'm talking about on your chart. So I look forward to spending some time with y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have a shorter day. Tomorrow, because I'm also going live on Instagram tomorrow with Deanna Strahan Wilson, who's one of our teachers for Sacred Makers June. She and I are going to be going live. And so, and talking about what she's going to be teaching and all the things. So I invite you to join me over on Instagram for that. Otherwise, I'll be back here tomorrow afternoon, evening, I think is when it's scheduled for. I look forward to seeing y'all. Thanks. Take care. Have fun. Be well. Love you.